Oh man, whatever happened to Stepdaddy season? Stepdaddy season has been canceled before it even got started, really. I suppose just start with the person who originally tried to kick that off, old Miss Brittany Renner. I suppose it's just a bunch of young fellas out there who haven't lived enough or don't have any reliable sources in their life of information to be able to dissect what's real and what's phony. I understand. And from the very beginning, I called these things, so Brittany Renner was running around trying to figure out if she can get somebody to take care of the kids after PJ Washington. It's not going so well. After that all went south, she decided to have an epiphany. On your screen is a picture of how it started. On your screen is a picture of how it started, and here's a picture of how it's going.
What? Damn!
And just in case you thought that your Humpty eyes deceive you, oh, no, nothing like that at all. As a matter of fact, here's Brittany from just a couple of days ago here. Oh, she wants you to know. By the way, yeah, now that she doesn't have to fake it anymore. Now that she doesn't have to fake it anymore, let me yank that hijab off and let's get back to the thottery. Yeah, we ain't gotta fake it no more. She thought she had a safe harbor. She thought she had found a port in the storm. She thought she had found her Russell Wilson. She was messing with a nigga from Louisiana. You should have known that was gonna go south. She didn't know no better, y'all. They figured they talk to fellas from Louisiana and we don't know any better. We don't know the game. We made the game.
And deal with it, nigga.
I guess she figured, they'll be sprung. We high yellow, baby. We've been dealing with mulattoes now for hundreds of years. So in any case, she found out better, and as usual, Louisiana got done with her, and she just done spun all the way out. So she found her religion, messed with a fella from Louisiana, and now done lost her religion again. So this is Brittany Renner from just a couple of days ago. So for anybody who was wondering if that Muslim turn was legit, for anybody who was wondering whether or not she had really found a new place in his life, and anybody who was wondering that, here's your wake-up call that this is what it really is. And that's the only way it really could have gone. Baby, there isn't a man who is built who was sitting around during his years of struggle and his years of hardship and his years of sacrificing and saying to himself, damn, when I finally get my money right, when I finally get my life together where I got all the options laid in front of me that I could possibly imagine. There's no man saying, damn, I sure do wish that I was making 7 or 8 figures a year so I could take care of somebody's bastard baby making single mama and her kids.
Damn! Nigga, what?
It's not happening. There's no fella in high school, there is no young man who's sitting in high school right now saying, boy, in 10 years, I hope I get my money right, my status right, my life together, and what I really need is a chick with 2 or 3 kids by 2 or 3 different dudes. Boy, I sure do hope one day I qualify for that. You can sit on the internet and listen to every ass clown you can possibly find out there, but the bottom line is reality is not going to be refuted nor revoked nor repealed. It costs a man to take on a female. It costs us to do that, especially if you have a demanding female. It costs to do that. The higher that price goes, the more we start asking, okay, is this what we were looking for all along? This was what we were sitting back through all that hardship and sacrifice and difficulty. This was what I was hoping for the whole time. Yeah, some folks are like, well, we liking the afro. Well, first of all, I don't know if it's real or not, because that's a whole lot of hair, so I doubt that's real. I think she's doing some Halloween stuff. However, what she is signaling is, the white men ain't really checking. And she's back on the market. What she's really signaling is she's back on the market. She went out and she's got the makeup on. She drew on the eyelashes with the Sharpie people. She's got the filter going. So she's letting you know that she's back on the market. Her adventure into finding a stepdaddy has come back snake eyes. Her adventure in stepdaddyism has come back snake eyes. It's come back snake eyes. Didn't go so well. Didn't go so wonderful. Now, if you listen to the internet, you would have sworn up and down, oh, everything was going to be great and fine. People, Ciara's a fluke. And that's give it up. Russell Wilson is a conspiracy theory. First of all, I'll come back to him in a few moments, but there's the great lie about that. So stepdaddy season is off to a horrendous start. In reality, it's ended before it even got started. And old Brittany is not the only one. She is not the only one finding out that fat meat is indeed greasy. Angela Simmons. Oh boy, old Angela Simmons. She thought maybe she could spin the block. She was hoping she could spin the block and make something happen. And for a little while there, seemed like it could. For a second, she figured, okay, let me go find the highest value orbiter who is still circling the planet. Let me see if I can find the highest value orbiter going back through my Rolodex. And she went flipping and searching, and there was Yo Gotti. He spent all these years building himself up. And she was like, I'll be damned. Well, let me get back. Let me see if he'll answer the phone. And like a lot of fellows who've been waiting around in the wilderness, she gave him the call. Really? That competitive streak broke. Well, I'm still single, so that must mean, we'll go for it. Yeah, boy. She figured it was going to work, but then now she's had to announce, the smart money jumped ship. The smart money jumped ship. She went on Angie Martinez. Now, I'm not going to beat up on Angie very much, though. I'm just saying, oh, is that Angie now?
Damn!
Oh, okay. Okay. Boy, did y'all ever think it'd be like this for Angie? Oh, man, back from that Melissa Ford era, all them chicks who were running around with the Melissa Ford era, all them chicks up there in New York, when all the rappers and R&B singers got to take their turn. Yeah, but for those of you who go back to the 90s, is all those rappers and R&B singers who got to take their turn. Y'all remember that? They all got their turn. Anything that was a female DJ. The Wall is undefeated. So, oh man. Oh boy. Alrighty then. So yeah, Angie Martinez got to sit down with Angela Simmons. So Angie and Angela got to sit together and talk about what it's like to be put out to pasture. After relationships. And I want you to hear this part, because this is Angela Simmons saying the quiet part out loud, being brutally honest. This is going to hurt a whole lot of ladies out there who think they're going to throw a Hail Mary. She has a moment of candor.
I mean, you just never know. I'm a lover. I love love. And I've been in relationships where I think, this is it, we're getting married, and then I'm not married. So here I am. And then this life can be just really unpredictable, I think, often. And it's really hard for me, I would say, to date too, because I feel like the woman that people watch, they fantasize who that is, and they don't know me. So then maybe, and I'm not speaking specifically on him, I'm saying in general, like, then you get in a relationship with me and you're like, oh, I thought you were like this. I'm like, bro, like, that was like 5 seconds of my life. Like, this is who I am. Right. You know what I mean? And not that that's a bad thing, but you can have a fantasy of what a girl is, like, and then, like, you get them and they're a bit different.
What is the fantasy of you?
I don't know. I might need to get a guy in here and interview him, because I have had a lot of guys that said, like, they, you know, like, oh, I have a crush or I like you. And I'm just like, well, what does that mean? Yeah. Like, you know what I mean?
Based
like,
on what? Like, what part
you sure you like me?
Yeah.
Do you know? You know what I mean? But I think that's a hard part for me, is like growing up on TV from now.
Okay. Let me go ahead and back that up. Because I want you all to hear that again. And I'm not talking about him necessarily. Yes, you are.
I'm a lover. I love. And I've been in relationships where I think, this is it, we're getting married. And then
okay, so she's letting you know that after letting the dope boys in the streets run through every damn thing, after letting them do that for years and years, all these pastors' daughters, you know, I tell you about these pastors' daughters, these Catholic girls. If religion is around, y'all know what's going on. Y'all know what's going on here. But she's letting you know, and she's been scheming after the streets got their chances to do every damn thing. After she went through the whole phase, I can't even say phase, but after the streets got to do what they want to do, then she's like, okay, now I want to get married. Do you realize what an insult that is? Do you realize what an insult that is? Ladies, to the women listening live or around the world, there is no greater insult to a man, specifically to a black man, because we don't get given nothing. If you meet a black man who's got 7 figures, he earned that. Now, you might not like him. He might have been cooning, but he earned it. He earned that, even if it was illegal. Nobody gives us anything. Nobody passes nothing to us. So if we reach some exceptional level, we had to work 10 times harder than everybody else to get that. And there is no greater insult than that you can give a man who has had to work that hard, sacrifice that much, overcome that much in an environment that is absolutely anathema. Look it up. That is absolutely opposed and hostile to him. And then tell him, well, he can have you when the bums and the slum and the scum are done with you. That you'll bring him the leftovers. So let me get this straight. He is working his ass off to get the finest clothes, to get the finest foods, to get the finest cars, the finest of everything. Nothing he's got is left over. The cars new, clothes new, house new. But his female has been drugged through the gutter and run through, and a bunch of dudes who ain't nowhere 10 steps below his level, they can all tell her what she looks like naked and was in better condition than when she met him. So let me get this straight. Fellas who are way below his level got you when you were in a whole lot better condition. He's worked 10 times harder than them to get a depreciated asset, and he's supposed to be thrilled? Ladies, that is a direct, in-our-face insult. That's an insult. That is an absolute insult to throw in a man's face. to expect him to bring you extraordinary, exceptional achievement and you bringing him the damn leftovers? So extraordinary achievement is now qualifying for the leftovers. The leftovers. And there's a bunch of delusional chicks who sit up there and get on their cell phones, and just like males tend to let porn delude them, and I'm not just talking about sexual porn. We have a real big problem right now with financial porn. What? The internet has become a repository of financial pornography. They show you big cars. All your schemers and grifters show up with some fancy car, and if you'll pay them $5.99 for their course, wow, they'll hook you up with that. But we just like males today are addicted to porn, females today are addicted to delusion. They get on their phones, and their phones tell them whatever you want, you can have it because you got a set of ovaries. And that it doesn't matter however you live your life, get slummed out, scummed out, run through, run over. When you ready to quit slutting it up, there will be a man who's been waiting on the sidelines, and you will take advantage of that. This is the real despicable part of it. They're getting together and saying, why, your job is that you don't have to be an honorable female. You don't have to be worthwhile. You don't have to bring a man your best. A man should just be happy that you look at him, no matter what run-down, sloppy condition you're in. You're entitled to a man who's built. That's delusion. But beyond just delusion, that's insulting. It's insulting. And so the top tier men are here to wait for an insult. Well, the problem is for her, in the words of Spock from Star Trek, when his wedding got called off, he told the fella, I think you will find that having is not so pleasing a thing as wanting. You see, if you're smart, you get fellas to want you. They want the image. They don't know who you are. Men don't know who Angela Simmons is. Like it's all running together. It's Angie Martinez, Angela Simmons, Angela Rye, Angela Yee. Yeah, they're just kind of all run together, boy. They all come together and they're running through New York and it's all over. But they've had a way of sitting up here and you idolize them because there's an image, but you don't know them. And what you have seen is not very damn flattering. But they get you interested in chasing the image. They get you lusting after chasing the image. So they put up a bunch of pretty pictures on social media, and you're not chasing the person because you don't know who the person is. You're chasing an image. And they know that that's what they're selling. You don't really know who they are, but they got their own ulterior motives. And then when they finally do let you through, bammo, sledgehammer to the back of the head. And that's when she's finally admitting, because I'm pretty sure this has come up more than once, but it's come up that, yeah, I didn't think you were like this. I didn't think that you were like this. And that goes beyond just image. Look at your dad. You don't come from the damn ghetto. Look at your dad. But your behavior, you got there as quick as you could. It's like, yeah, you don't really know who I am. That's what she is projecting here and revealing. Yeah, fellas think I'm a lot squeakier. They seem like, I don't know who they think I am, but yeah, I'm not like that.
So I'm not married. So here I am. And then this life can be just really unpredictable, I think, often. And it's really hard for me, I would say, to date too, because I feel like the woman that people watch, they fantasize who that is, and they don't know me. So then maybe, and I'm not speaking specifically on him, I'm saying in general.
Lie. She is talking about him. After all these years of waiting, after all these years of wanting, after all these years of pining, after letting her run through the streets and the streets run through her, and all these years of getting sidelined, Yo Gotti finally got permission to land. He finally got clearance to land. And what he found out was that, yeah, it wasn't really worth it. It wasn't really worth it. It wasn't really worth it. That's what he found out. When females sit up here, the idea is to get you to fantasize and to want it, and you are in professional wrestling, they call it heat. You're chasing the heat. Heat is desire. As a man, this is why nostalgia is so deadly. I've taught you all, as a man, it always smells better, tastes better, feels better nostalgically than in reality. What happens between your ears is always better than the actual experience. And in memory, oh man, it was pristine. And so there are particularly smart, savvy, slick females who know that's how you approach it. Get him to fantasize, get him to lust. He doesn't actually know the real you. He doesn't actually know the real you. And then that's how you get him to lower his defenses. And then you try to make it seem like you're such a hot ticket. Look at all the men who want me. You gonna miss it if you don't jump on it. Oh, I know I'm 10 years late and depreciated, but if you don't jump on it, see all these other dudes, if you want it, somebody else want it too. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a long list of fellas who want to sleep with Angela Simmons, but who wants to buy her a Bentley or a mansion? That's the real question. That list is extremely short. Her job is to find the guy who can afford a Bentley and a mansion and tell him that there's a whole bunch of competition to do so, and in reality there was not. And Yo Gotti, after all those years of waiting and all those years of pining and all those years of lusting, he got in the position, he started spending money, he started elevating her, and he was thinking that the level of investment he was making in her, he was going to get a concurrent rate of return. And what he found out is, yeah, you can spend $5 million on Angela Simmons, but you will not get $5 million worth of benefit and reward. You ain't gonna get it. Furthermore, her company is not worth that much. Her company is not worth it. She's not this really interesting person. She doesn't really light up the room. A bunch of thirsty dudes on Instagram who will put likes or hearts on anything. But as far as her being exceptional in that regard, yeah, not really. All you really do when you get with her is sign up to be stepdaddy. That's all you're really signing up to do, is be stepdaddy. That's it. That's all. No added benefit. The only thing that she can be is a drain on the resources. What does she actually do? What does she actually own? Remember, we covered this before. I covered this a couple of years ago. I covered this the last time I talked about her. What does she actually have? What does she actually contribute? What does she actually own of any value? She needs to have a man who's built, because what does she bring? So she's been holding out to get one who is. Yeah, and it'll work as long as he doesn't ask himself, by the way, is she worth all this sacrifice and investment? It'll work so long as that's the case. It'll work so long as that's the case. That's the kind of thing I want you to keep in mind. Because there is a huge societal systemic effort underway to get men to just be desperate for anything that crawls into bed, and that you will be a high value producer just to have something next to you. Her value is irrelevant. Your willingness to work your ass off and contribute to the economy, that is everything. That's everything. And that's what you're being told. That's what you're being told. Now, I could stop there, but I won't. Let me go ahead and hit it one more time here. Oh, take a look, Amber Rose. You know that afro thing that Brittany Renner and the mixed chicks do? That thing that they do there. Yeah, when their options are run out in other places, that kind of becomes a thing. That kind of becomes a thing. So I just wanted to show you all as a pattern of behavior. Don't you be silly and fall for it. It's a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior. That's an important thing to keep in mind, because you folks here, I want y'all to remember something. I saw this.
What?
Oh, man. Oh, man. Boy. So now all of a sudden, Amber Rose is a African queen?
Oh, please.
Yeah, buddy, when the money dry up, when the money just, she been waiting for another Kanye West. It ain't happening. She totally, remember, this is Amber, I'm not black Rose, remember? This is Amber, I'm not black Rose, remember? I'm Cape Verdean. I'm not black, I'm Cape Verdean. I'm Cape Verdean. Oh boy, we'll take a look with a few years and lack a million. It's just watching Amber Rose's relationship since Kanye has been watching. It's been watching like watching a little old lady get pushed down a flight of stairs. What? Oh, she just bam, here's one, bam, hit another one. Oh, it's just brutal all the way down. It's just been a long, brutal rolling down the damn staircase ever since Kanye. She ain't been able to catch a W yet. It's just been back-to-back L's. That is a real issue. Real issue because this wasn't the way that was supposed to be. That's not the way that's supposed to be. So, by the way, you take a look at this picture here. Vogue South Africa. Okay. All right, and of course, is lesbianish. Which, by the way, are there any men who are upset or mad about that? Are there any men who are mad about that? Any men mad about that? Not me. I'm not upset about that at all. At this point right now, if she wants to date dogs, she's welcome to it. We didn't lose nothing. Amber Rose, the best you had to offer was a decade ago. That's it. You already edged out and fell out the game. It's when you got a chick putting tattoos on her forehead. How much competition are you supposed to do? when a chick done put tattoos on her forehead. How much competition are we supposed to give for that? With a bunch of kids and a bunch of tats. And by the way, the sleeves were bad. Her arms were bad enough. Now it's she's got graffiti on her forehead now. How much fighting are we supposed to do for a chick who was a 10 a decade ago? She was at the top of her game a decade ago. How much damn fist fighting we supposed to do for you now with all the road mileage and the dings and the dents and a couple of fender benders? How much fighting you think we're going to do for you now, Amber? Stepdaddy season has been canceled. Stepdaddy season was a hallucinogenic delusion. Fellas who are built ain't lining up for it. Go find you a simp. Go find you a pension pimp. Go find you some chick somewhere. Go find a total embarrassment. But it's all downhill from here. You've lost relevance. You've lost relevance. It's a whole different generation now. It's all the way over. But you've lost relevance. And by the way, I can pretty much guarantee you that they've photoshopped them thighs over here.
What?
I'm about to say, Amber's, we're tucked a little bit tighter than I remember. So, Photoshop to the rescue. But in any case, not bombing on Amber. Not bombing on Amber. But I just want to be honest about the reality in which we find ourselves. Yeah, they all thought that the bill would never come due for the slut culture. It wasn't going to happen. There's not a 7-figure black man who's going to wife her up. To all the ADHD children, yes, there are men who will marry Amber Rose, who will marry Brittany Renner, who will marry Angela Simmons. Yes, there are, just not the men that they desire. Hey, fellas, there's a chick out there that will marry you. Now, she might be built like Lizzo or Sita Bay, or she might look like, Mr. Snuffleupagus in the face. But there's a chick out there who will marry you. She might look like Tarana Burke, but there is a female. There are more females on earth than there are men. There's a chick out there who's willing to marry you. I don't care who you are. You can be a dope fiend. You can be broke. You can be homeless. Fellas, there is a female who is willing to marry you. Broke down, homeless, destitute, on drugs. There's a chick who'll marry you, no matter your condition. I don't know if you want her. I don't know if she's what you thought you were going to be getting. But yeah, there's a chick who'll marry you. And there's a guy out there who will take Amber Rose. Now, she's thinking he makes 8 figures. He has a house in the Valley and a house in Martha's Vineyard and a penthouse in New York. And he drives a Cullinan Rolls Royce. And he drives a Porsche 911. And he's going to give me a $10,000 a week spending budget. And he'll only want to have sex with me once a month. Yeah, that's what Amber Rose is looking for today. A decade ago, a decade and a half ago, she might have been able to swing that deal. She might have had fellas so thirsty and desperate when she was new. Yeah, before a decade of getting wham-bammed, slammed out the door. Yeah, before you did all that. She's lost sight of it. And the reason she lost sight of it is because once you get a taste of that, oh man. When a female gets a taste of what her youth and vitality and peak sexuality can really get, she never forgets that. So even when she streaks towards 40 or over 40, All she remembers is the peak benefits she used to get and how wonderful it was. And she tells herself, well, I'm just 1 or 2 more pounds from being back there. I'm just one makeup kit from being back there. I'm just 1 push-up bra from being back there. That's what they tell themselves. I'm just 1 little old push-up bra, 1 little thing away from being right back where I was. And once that's together, man, we'll be like Steve Winwood, back in the high life again. It's not like that. You see, a female can overlook a man who's got prime income, prime status. Well, if he has a kid, that's going to impact him less. If he has a child, that will impact him less, because the bottom line is you still have access to his resources and the things that make him valuable. All he has to do is make more money or make more of what he's already doing. It doesn't work that way for a female. Once you got kids, once you got age, once you've been claimed, this is not a house that's had multiple owners. This isn't even a car with multiple owners. This is like a pair of shoes with multiple owners.
What?
Females talking about being some damn stepdaddy. That's like buying a pair of shoes that's had multiple owners. That's like going to Goodwill for a pair of Chuck Taylors. It's like that. It's not like having a used car or a used house. It's like having a pair of used socks. Yes, ladies, imagine, if you will, a pair of socks that have been owned not by 1 person, but 10 or 12 people. 10 or 12 football players. Now they bring that pair of used socks to you. And not only do they bring it to you, why, they want top dollar. They want twice the price of a new pair of socks. Then they want to tell you about all the wonderful high income, high status men who wore the socks before you came along. That's what she's telling you. She's telling you how great all the men who wore the socks were before you. Well, all you should be ready for that. In the chat room, Woo said it. I'm so glad you've weighed in. We've been seeing what you've been saying here, so let me go ahead and pin the Zoom link to the top of the chat room. Woo said it. You need to go ahead and give us a call, and you can speak to the host directly. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and you can just refrain from commenting in the chat. Anything else you have to say needs to be directly to the host, and we'll go ahead and have that conversation with you. We'll go ahead and have that conversation with you. Seems a little triggered. You seem a little triggered by what the subject matter is tonight. It seems to be bothering you. Seems to be triggering you. Seems to be causing issues. So with that being the case, let me go ahead and give you the opportunity here to go ahead and call us up directly. Let's go ahead and give us a call up here directly, and we'll be glad to speak to you about it. Also, for everyone else there, for the fellas, in case, and by the way, did I call it or did I call it?
Damn!
Yeah, did I call it or did I call it? Whether it's Brittany Renner and finally stopping that Muslim Halloween thing she was trying to do, and whether it's her or any of the others, Angela Simmons, did I call it or did I call it? So yeah, it came together just like that. And the reason why is because, look, understand something. You're going to always have an idiot out there. There's always going to be a moron. There are males who, being abused by a female, they're not comfortable unless they're in a relationship where the female is abusing them or taking advantage of them. They're just not happy unless that's where they are. So if they don't have a chick who's abusing them, who's taking advantage, who's sucking resources, simulating their abusive mother, they're not happy unless they have a female who is replicating their mother's abuse, their mother's exploitation, their mother's juicing him like an idiot. So you're always going to have that sad sack out there. He's a guy that as long as she got a pair of ovaries and looking at him, or the used to be hot chick, this is the thing we got. It's going on real big right now. All the females who slutted them, did he say slut? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
All the females who slutted themselves out a decade ago, 2 decades ago. The reason I'm doing this program on YouTube today, The Business, is so we can go ahead and check in. We can go ahead and do a update and check in on all the females who were hot 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and everybody who was living under the delusion that they just had a permanent pass to get away with whatever foolery they wanted to, and that the bill was never going to come due, and they would never have to pay the price, and that it was going to be happily ever after. Happily ever ho after. Well, for those of you who are living under that misconception, we're just doing these updates to show you, by the way, how the story really ended. It didn't end the way you told yourself it did. We're checking up on them, and yeah, it's just as big of a disaster as you would have thought it was. That's why we're coming back and checking up on the Lala Anthonys and the Brittany Renners and the Amber Roses and the Angela Simmonses and the Tia Mowrys and all the others. You see, the internet takes snapshots in time, and you can become very, very foolish and silly if you only count the snapshot in time. Now, let's come check back on you later, and let's add up the final result. Adding up these final results is getting damn me brutal out here. And if nobody does that, then you won't be aware of what actually occurred. You won't be aware of what actually occurred if you don't. So I just want you all to be aware. We got some folks here on Zoom. Stepdaddy season has been officially ended. It's ugly and it's rough out here. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I think I got Andre here on Zoom. I think we do. All right, Andre, heads up. There you go. All right, Andre, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason. The only thing I wanted to add, that what you're saying, and this is the way power dynamics work, what you're saying applies to everything and to all levels of money. So you see, I have my wife watching me because I told her I was going to call the show. She's a big fan of Shakira, who ended up divorcing her guy a few years ago. It went on a tour about, man, and the guy is horrible, and this and that. I told her years ago that she was going to end up single because she's 48, regardless of how rich she is, and that the guy that she's divorcing is going to end up with like a younger woman. And 4 years later, the guy is doing, her former husband, he's doing the best that he ever did, president of the soccer club that he played with when he was a player, and she is still single. So what you're saying, the stepdaddy, the whole stepdaddy thing doesn't really work. Like, no man that has value or that has money or that has everything put together will end up with like a single mom. Even if she's like successful. Some of the women you name, like Maori, like some of them are successful, like way more than Amber Rose and those. But they're never going to get the guy that they want. They're never going to get the top of the top guy that's gonna give them the status they want. They can get it. They can get a man. They can get a guy that will date them, but it's gonna be a guy way lower than what they're looking for, right? And you see it at all levels. I think that Shakira is a great case for what you're saying. You should look into it because everything that you're saying applies to that case, but like in a large scale of money. She is like the goddess of like Hispanic women being like, oh, look, screw the man, screw the guy. By the end, 4 years later, she's still single. There's rumor that she has a boyfriend, a guy like when you look it up, he's clearly gay. Typical gay guy, like one of the guys that J Lo was with. So at the end of the day, it doesn't work. And they think that they have it. They think that they have it all. But as you said, the bill comes due. Eventually, when you hit a certain level, they don't understand that for us men, women have three things that women think they're valuable. And when the three of them are put together, they're ultra valuable, like beauty, youth, and femininity. The three of them put together, gives a woman an extreme amount of value. But when you lose one, you lose two.
Well, here's the thing about it. And I covered this recently on my Patreon. I've talked about this before, but in the Dark Arts on Patreon, I was covering this to let you all know what the current psychological dynamic is with women today. Social media is their barometer, not their parents, not advice. If social media gives them likes, they assume that it's correct. Whatever it is they're doing, whatever it is they showed you, if social media is giving them likes, if they're getting hearts for it, this must be the right choice. I must be doing the right thing because look at all these likes I'm getting. So if they get likes for hugging up with a female, this must be the right thing. If they get likes for dating 5 guys in 1 year, this must be the right thing. Shout out Lori Harvey, by the way. Didn't she fall the hell off? In Shakira's case, hey, if I'm on stage getting likes, I must be doing the right thing. It must be correct. Look at all the likes I'm getting. So if I'm getting likes for it, I don't have to ask about the wisdom. It must be right. So if you want to know how they got with it, and J-Lo too, by the way, J-Lo going on streaking past 50, I must be right because take a look at the likes I'm getting. I can get another guy. I can get another Ben Affleck. I can look at the likes. So what you're fighting with, Andre, is the new dynamic that if social media tells them that if they get likes for it, it must be the right decision. No critical thinking involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Like women, especially nowadays, they like we are, we are bombarded by the industry, and they're bombarded by the industry 100 times fold. Like if a regular person gets gets the effect of social media, they do it 10 times more. But as you also said, eventually the bill comes due because when they are alone, after the day is over, she's there alone. People that know about they're told about how she freaks out. She comes out with a song about this guy, the ex, every year, man. Like she's still singing about the guy 4 or 5 years ago.
And what that tells you is that the same thing with Amber Rose. When you say, well, they're going to get another guy, the guy they're looking for, they had a decade ago. Right. Well, that's why they keep coming back and saying these things. So when you're talking about Shakira, yeah, they're still singing about their exes because she had the guy she wanted a decade ago. And she was promised by her fans, managers, whatever. Oh, don't worry, there'll be another one. And she's still waiting for the other one to show up.
No, when the other one shows up, and because they're like, she's been tied to a couple of big time singers up there in the Hispanic. But
they're taking their turn.
No, they're just rumors. Maybe they went to, but those guys, with their status, they're going to go with a younger woman. Then why is a singer of her age, rich, be dating her at 48 with kids when he can go and get a 28-year-old single woman with no kids? I
mean, what they started realizing is that they told themselves that sexual access meant commitment. They're both the same thing. I just looked it up. Shakira's 48 years old.
What? Yeah. Damn. And she married a soccer player, a very good soccer player back in the day. Not the best of the best, but very good. 10 years younger. He was 10 years younger. and it turns out, well, people have bad memory, but they never married because she didn't want to marry him because she made more money than him.
And she thought she had endless options.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. She thought that the guy was going to be there for her. She had more status. She was a good soccer player, but she was more famous. She made more money.
No, she was waiting for a better one.
He was.
She was waiting for a better. He was great, but I think I can do better. Why would I settle for him? I think I can get better. So there's the problem. You can throw all that in front of all those accolades, and she's still like, yeah, but if I can get him, I bet you I can get better.
And here, there's an interview in English with her and him. And the guy goes, hey, why haven't you guys married? And then he looks at her, and she tells the interviewer, well, I want him to still think that he needs to chase me. So eventually the guy got tired. The guy was up to here. He got involved with a much younger woman. He cheated on her, had an affair. She found out. Instead of trying to fix the marriage, he made a huge scene. She came out with a song like 2 days after it happened. And he made the guy into like this huge villain. In the meantime, the guy didn't say anything about her. And at the end, he retired, and now he's the president of Barcelona. He's the president of the club, kind of like being a GM, right? He's at the best. He's at the top of the top. The guy's still young, and she is bitter. She's been single for 4 years. The only guy that she's been tied with is like clearly, if you look it up, clearly a gay guy, like a gay dancer, kind of like J-Lo. You know, J-Lo got married to some gay guy. Same thing, right? And she's coming out with a song about this guy every year.
She's 48 years old now. 48. For those of you who got back in 2000, think about that for a few moments. For those of you who found her back then, she's 48 now. 48. Time. Does she have any children? Because I'm looking here, I don't really see.
No, they got kids. The only reason why I know about this case a lot, because I'm a soccer fan. I especially follow Barcelona back in the day when they were the best team in the world, and it was a well-known thing. But the reason why the case calls my attention, because it's exactly the thing that you said. Even though it's a different country, different culture, different sports, right? Not basketball. It's but it's the same thing, man. Like it's the same thing over and over again. The same thing. So that's what I kind of wanted to say. The whole thing repeat, and the whole stepdaddy thing. It's never going to work. Like no, as you said, no guy that's becoming something, whether he's in a sport, whether he's in business, whether he's in a profession. No guy is thinking, well, I want to marry a single man. I mean, I'm sorry, as mean as it sounds. I mean, and as you said, single parents should be with single parents. That's what it is,
brother. It's not mean though. If men don't match up, females from middle school forward will tell you straight out brutally what's wrong with you and why you don't rate. I mean, no chaser, no filler. It's rough, rugged, and raw. It's, as men, the problem that we have is we tend to massage things. Remember, women have a type, but men have a range. And so we start compromising, and then we start genuflecting and massaging. Yes, I meant genuflecting. We start signifying things, and next thing you know, that which was totally unacceptable has now bled its way over into being partially acceptable, which is the first step to being accepted. And we haven't just been brutally honest to say, yeah, actually, that's not okay. No, we don't want that. No. I know what I told you. I know we said yeah, we really don't want that. Yeah, brother, we got to say it and mean it. We have to say it and mean it with no compromise, no massaging, no negotiation, no can I reword this to lessen the impact? Hell no. Straight to your face like Mike Tyson in '85. They need to get hit with that so that it's clear to everyone that we're communicating clearly. Because all of this trying to be indirect and, quote, charitable and compassionate, all that's really done is make folk think we don't mean what we really mean. And we don't. If you can't say it brutally, yeah, baby, you don't qualify. Yeah, I mean, if you're a guy who likes a size 6, say that. Don't say, well, I prefer size 6. If that's a deal breaker, if size 8 is a deal breaker for you, say that. Say that. It might hurt her feelings. No stringing her along is going to hurt her feelings. She'll get over what the hell you say. Us misleading women, that's going to hurt their feelings. But as far as the rest, and here's the other thing. The bottom line is if they don't like it, they're not going to like it no matter what. The bill's going to come due. If they don't like it, they're not going to like it no matter what. Say what the hell it is. Be brutally frank. Be as blunt as you can be. And then if she's still standing there, now y'all can keep going. Thank you very much for giving us a call. The problem we get into is we are trying not to be brutally frank. Damn that. Be brutally honest. Say exactly what it is. Say it in as blunt a terms as you can. And if she's still standing there after you say it, now you two can move forward. When a chick talks, I need to be getting married this year. Well, I'm so glad that you said exactly what you're thinking. So I can, not Mahatma Gandhi, but Mahatma Coat. Thanks for saying exactly what your intentions are and exactly what you mean. So I can tell you, hell no. Yeah, I ain't really trying to do all that. We need adults to be able to be adults and say exactly what it is you mean. Now, here's the problem. When folks are often saying that what their ceiling is not their floor. But give them the ability to be brutally, agonizingly honest with you. Now we can have a real conversation. And you're owed that. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Earl up here on Zoom. Where is Earl at? Okay, there you are, Earl. What's on your mind?
Jason, what's up, bro?
All right, brother. Are you in there? And you're in the damn sauna?
Nah, let me turn all this shit off. I got you on YouTube too.
No, okay, yeah. Turn the volume off there, but yeah, I got another shirtless nigga calling me. So, all right, what's on your mind?
Let me turn everything off.
Earl, what's on your mind?
Hey, man, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, man. I met this girl, right? She's from California. I'm from New York. We met probably about 3 years ago. She's a single mother, 3 kids. I got 2 kids, right? So we've been kicking it long distance relationship. And she came over here last week, brought the kids, took my kids out, went to American Dream Mall.
Nigga,
She did something that I ain't like, Jason. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro. She did something I ain't like. So yeah, we finna go to the mall, right? And take the kids to American Dream, New Jersey. So I said, all right, cool, we going there. Flew her niece out. They tell me that niece pops, they said no money, nothing. I go to pay for the tickets. The tickets $800 plus the Airbnb that I rent. I'm like, you ain't tell me all this before? I'm from New York, bro. I'm an iron worker, Jason, in the union, welding. I built New York City. Been doing it for 8 years. 40 years old, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in my career right now, like coming up. And a lot of red flags, bro. I overlooked the red flags, bro. You know what I'm saying? I overlooked a lot of them. And I think I need to let this thing go, man, because I really don't think the future going to be there.
Okay, well, let me ask, brother, I got to ask some questions. I have to. Bracing myself. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. All right, I got my Pepto-Bismol here. All right. Brother, how old are you?
40.
How old are you kids?
My son's finna be 18 and my daughter's 13.
You've been working for these same folk here for 20 years, haven't you?
Nah, I've been in the union 8 years, bro.
Oh, just 8 years?
I just became a journeyman, so now I'm full-fledged vested in the career.
Okay.
Went to school for 3 years, apprenticeship, did all that.
All right. Well, that's the good news, at least. I mean, he's got one child who's no longer a child anymore, and another one not too long. You probably got less time to get all paper than she does at this point here. How old is she?
She's about 43, about to be 44. I'm about to be 41 next month.
Okay, she's 43 with 3 kids?
Yeah.
Nigga, what?
43 with 3 kids?
Yeah.
By how many different men?
2.
What part of California is she from? The Bay.
She from South Central, gangbang capital.
Oh, okay. Brother, what OnlyFans page did you meet this chick on?
I used to be in that gangbanger world, man, but I left that alone.
You ain't New York meeting a chick from California. What OnlyFans page did you find this on?
I met her at a hood day function. That's where I met her at.
How the hell she get out there?
You know, the dime moves is worldwide, so you know it was one of those things.
She got tattoos.
Yes, she do.
Brother, what did you think was gonna happen? Jason, she tatted up from South Central with 3 kids. I think this wife material. What did you think you were bringing home?
Well, I ain't making wife material. I've been kicking it with her, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't never taken it to that next level yet because I already know in my mind, I'm like, man, this ain't right.
I didn't take her to the next level. Brother, what level did you think there was to take a tatted up single mom from South Central to?
Only one level, the level that we on now, and there's nothing.
Okay, he was trying to fill out to see if there's another level to take it to. I'm like, he's filling out for other levels. I'm like, bro, we're in the basement. That is the level. She's older than him and got more kids than him, y'all. Now, and now you say that she came out there to come see you.
Yeah.
And she brought her kids with her.
Yeah.
What did you think was gonna happen when they got off? When they landed at LaGuardia, okay? What did you think was about to occur?
I mean, I already knew what it was, kind of, but it was like a little surprising thing when we went to the place and everything was like, I'm like, man, this ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I met the kids before, and it's like, I've been through situations. I've seen the red flags with the kids and this and that. I'm like, man, I need to pump my brakes, bro.
Brother, okay, I'm asking again. When you saw them come filing off the plane at LaGuardia, what did you think it was?
I guess she thought it was one big family, right?
I didn't say what she thought, nigga. I said, what did you think it was?
I ain't think none of it.
You know what needs to happen here? And I mean this seriously. When you guys make decisions like this, somebody needs to take a picture of you. Because if somebody has showed you a picture of you with her and her tats and her kids walking down the gangplank or the runway there at the airport, if you had a chance to take a look at yourself later, and some reflection, I think would have helped. I think the real problem is you all don't really think about what this really is. She got 3 kids by 2 different dudes. She's coming to see you. Hell yeah, you getting ready to pay a bill. Of course, you thought she was coming there to be with you? Of course he did, because the previous couple of times it was just him and her for the most part, and the kids wasn't really a big issue. He didn't realize that she was softening him up. Go on and spill the damn beans, dude. That's exactly what it is. You two met each other before. She made sexual access pretty much frictionless. She made it easy, even if she had to go find some place to dump the kids off at. She made that easy, and then this time she came to bring you the bill. To see if she softened you up enough that now she can move to what she came for. Which was not what happened the previous few times you two met. And that wasn't really what she came for. This time she here to pat them pockets down and see how much you gonna get up off of. And if he does it once, then he's officially sprung and we can just keep this going for however long we can, either till we break him or till he breaks. His pockets break or he does. What borough you represent, bro? Brooklyn, hold this L. Brooklyn, hold this L. What happened to Brooklyn? I don't understand. What happened to Brooklyn? Bro, how long y'all two been seeing each other?
Like 2.5 years.
How many times have you two met in person?
A lot.
A lot's not a number.
I mean, I say over 10 times.
Okay. Once every 2 or 3 months?
Something like that.
What is the most money you've spent on her? And nigga, don't lie. Tell the truth. How much you spent?
$2,000.
Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
Please tell me that wasn't bailing her out of jail.
No.
$2,000 for I got to hear this. $2,000 for what?
Oh man, you put me on the hot seat.
No. Tell the damn truth. It wasn't just for her. $2,000. No. That's not right. What did you buy? What did it cost you $2,000 for? What was it that she wanted that cost you $2,000?
She had issues with a vehicle, and I helped her get it fixed.
Fellas, if you want to know why it is that we can't get this situation corrected, this is why. There's a single mom with tattoos up her legs, her ass, and her backbone, and there's a fella out there willing to drop 2 G's. He's willing to get a job and work and join the union, and Western Union her $2,000 like Mexicans sending remissions home to Mexico. He's for her car. How do you think, what do you all think we're going to do to impress on the females that their behavior is unacceptable? How do y'all think we're going to impress that on them when she knows $2,000 is just a DM away? Now that's the most he spent and that he's admitting to, that he's confessing to at one time. That is not all the money he spent on her. How many other needs did she have that you broke bread with? You might as well go ahead and come clean with all.
No, that was it.
Nigga, no.
That was it.
Bad, no. She had a $2,000 car repair. That means that needed major work.
Yeah.
The $2,000 is major work. So, no, bro, that's a bad luck broad. Bad luck broad's got a string of problems. Now, maybe you didn't spend $2,000, but you spent a few hundred here and there on other stuff.
I mean, yeah, other stuff going on. I mean, she sent me money back. You know
how much money did she send you back?
$1,000.
$1,000 for what?
Just $600 here, $200 here, like that.
He thought he was going to get his money back, y'all. He didn't get it. He thought he was going to get that $2,000 back, and she didn't actually give him the $2,000 back. That's what he's just relating to you right now. That money that he's counting right there, that was the money she's going to be paying him back. I'll get to you when payday show up. And she gave him $600 and then gave him $200 and then just ain't nothing. Then she like, can we just have some sex or something? That's the way that game goes. Here's $500, here's $200, here's $25. Okay, can I get flued out? Let me see if I can work off what I owe you. When did you give her that $2,000? How long ago?
Sometime like January.
January 2023?
25.
5 months ago.
Yeah.
Nigga, please.
Yeah, bro, you ain't gonna see that 2,000. That's it. That little old $500-$600 she gave you, that was it right there. That's all you're gonna get. That's it. She from here on in, she's willing to sex work off what she owes you, which you were already getting sex from her. So, yeah, she's just like, okay, let me see if I can work this off with some sexual tricks. Let me do that instead. But you can kiss that $2,000 goodbye. That's gone. As far as she's concerned, nigga, you've been laying on top of her more than twice, and you owe me that 2 G's. I done told y'all, I've been telling you all this now going on 2 decades. And she's like, if I've been throwing them legs open for you more than 3 or 4 times, nigga, you owe me $2,000 for that. You owe me that. Why do I got to pay you back? You owe me that. See, when this money coming from you, and that's all right. When you tell her, by the way, things cost something, I got to do all that. So, yeah, bro, that's gone. That's it. Forget that. And if you bring it up again, it's going to be an argument. So, if you bring it up again, it's going to be a fight. She's going to, why I got to do all that? Times is hard. Times is tough. It's bad luck broads. Fellas got to watch out for that. Because when you sitting up here, she wrapped them legs around you long enough. What happens is females understand that sex turns a man's brain off. So they have sex with you long enough, and then you start compromising. You get soft. Then she hits you with the, oh, I need this, and it's the end of the damn world. Please understand something. She got 3 kids by 2 different niggas. She need $2,000. You hit them niggas up for that.
That's a fact.
She coming to a fella on the other side of the damn continent. Now, here's my thing. If she had no problem hitting you for $2,000, don't you know she hitting them fellas up too? This the part I don't even have children, and I know this. I don't have any baby mamas, and I know this. How the hell is it I don't have any children, don't have any baby mamas, and I know the game? Bruh, she getting money from all y'all niggas. Every one of you niggas is like payday. All of y'all is dropping the dime when Friday hit. All 3 of you and the other niggas she talking to out there. What? Oh yeah, we forgot to say about that. Because if you think you're the only guy she been sleeping with, you're not naive, you're just dumb.
No.
Okay. So I hope you don't mind sharing her, but my thing is, if we sharing the broad, why I gotta drop 2 G's? We ain't even dropping 2 G's on exclusive property. We dropping 2 G's on a timeshare.
But
so fellas, come on now. This is why we can't modify female behavior as a group, because I can say this. We can host all the red pill programs you want to. The women know the deal. The women know, yeah, them niggas, they just talking. They don't know what's really going on in the DMs. All I gotta do is open my DMs. There's a fella in there who's been in a 3-year drought, and he gonna say yes. I might have to have sex with him first, but if he don't give it to me before we have sex, he's sure gonna drop it off after. So the rest of you fellas kiss my ass, me and my 5 bastard babies. There's a nigga out there gonna drop some money if I throw it on him. And they're right. The number of guys who are low option and desperate outnumber the ones who got, some scruples and ain't dragging the bottom of the barrel like that. That's the problem, brother. And my issue with you is not that you were laying up with a single mom tattooed out, gang banging and every damn thing else. Although you taking penitentiary and graveyard chances, because she might show up with you carrying them packets, or one of her dudes might be following her around, and he don't give a, she been lying to him. And next thing you know, he follows her around till she get to wherever she stops at, and she stops with you. Oh well, next thing you know, y'all making channel 2. So my problem is not the laying up with a female. My problem is, bro, what are we doing? Lay up with her and send her, get her back on the first thing, get her back on JetBlue back to LA.
Yeah, I'm definitely reevaluating the situation right now, because it's like, I'm like, man, this is getting played out and it's getting old. I got too much goals that I want to accomplish right now. I don't need no setbacks.
No. Because y'all, we haven't clarified something just yet. Now, he says that he spent $2,000 back in January. I'm not even going to ask you to calculate and compile what you spent in 2024. We're just going to stick to 2025. Now, you said that she recently came to see you. Who paid for those plane tickets for her and the brood to come see you?
She paid for her own tickets.
So she paid for her and the kids.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Spirit Airlines all the way. All right. Now, you say that you wound up getting hit with an $800 bill for Airbnb or something to eat?
No, it was the mall out here in Jersey, the American Dream Mall.
Okay, so you got hit with an $800 bill to what, shopping spree?
Water park, all the kids.
Oh, okay, we went to the amusement park. She brought every damn child from the orphanage, and you wound up paying the bill.
Well, my kids plus my kids, yeah.
But you wound up paying the bill.
Yeah.
So in other words, brother, you heading on $3,000 in change. We're hitting $3,000 in running.
Like yeah, something like that.
$3,000 in running. I gotta ask you a question, brother. How many times have you two met each other in person this year, 2025?
I say over 5 times.
Y'all, I guess $600 a meetup, I guess. Basically, by my math, that costs you $600 a click. And that's just what he's admitting to here so far, because he said that was the water park. Is that all the money that you spent when?
No, that was it. That was it.
You didn't spend another dime since she been there. You didn't take her out to eat. You didn't go to Central Park. Y'all just went to the damn water park and then they got back on the plane?
No, we had an Airbnb.
Okay, you paid for the Airbnb too?
Airbnb, yeah. The Airbnb was $400.
Okay, so the water park was $800, the Airbnb was $400.
Yeah.
So that's $1,200.
Yeah.
So to anybody out there who thought, well, Jason, you stretching it and you reaching, he only said 2,800. You stretching, you trying to make it bigger than it was. No, I'm like, no, he hasn't. Drip, 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 y'all. Remember this. Fellas don't want to really break down how much they really did and how bad it really is. So y'all know how it is. That's why Jason has to keep asking questions. Drip, drip, drip. Give me the drip emoji in the chat room if y'all know what it is, and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,200 people in here live and only 1,000 likes. I must be hurting feelings tonight. So let me I'm dead on the money, but I only got 1,000 likes, but I'm dead on the money.
Bro, if I didn't want you to keep it a buck with me, bro, keep it at a buck. You know
well, bro, I'm playing accountant over here right now. I'm the accountant like Ben Affleck, and I'm just saying, bro, we over 3 G's this year, just this year alone. That's just for the 2 incidents you're referring to. But you haven't said everything yet.
That's that for this year. That's like the most.
Sir, if you have seen her 5 times this year, I do not believe that she paid for every trip out to come see you.
Nah, she paid for her own flights, bro. I don't. She paid for her own flights.
Okay, and the time before the water park incident, when she came to see you, where did she come see you at?
Come to my spot.
Where?
In Brooklyn.
Okay, where did she come see you at?
She come see me in Brooklyn, at my crib.
So she knows where you live.
Yeah, she know where I live.
Nigga, what?
Y'all, security violation. So she knows where you sleep. It's not like you can just get up and move in New York at a drop of a hat. It doesn't work that way. So this gang-banging chick from L.A., she knows where he sleeps in New York, y'all.
I mean, she ain't a gangbanger, so look, I don't want to say it like that. She's just from a neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? But
is she tatted up?
Not no gang shit, though. Nah, not no gang shit.
Second try, is she tatted up?
2 tattoos.
Just 2?
Just 2.
What are the tattoos?
I don't want to go there with that.
Okay, nigga, you know full well she for the block. Are you gonna tell me she ain't for the block?
Is she for the block or from the block?
4. You gonna tell me she ain't for the block?
I don't know that.
Nigga, what?
Brother, you 40 damn years old. This is why the young cats can't get no game. This is what the 40-year-olds they running into talking like. The young cats can't get no game because the 40-year-old dudes are talking like this. He knows better than this. He knows it. He just... All right. Where are her tattoos at?
The arm.
Just her arm.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a single tattoo nowhere else.
On the arm and on the
small of her back. On the small of her back.
Back of the shoulder.
Okay. All right. Brother, you know what it is. Y'all fellas know what it is. Y'all know what these chicks do. You know what they bout. He's trying to convince us that he found the nicest little tatted up chick in the hood in Los Angeles.
I ain't never say that.
Okay,
I ain't never say that.
I'm just saying, we can't fix a problem until you face the problem. We gotta face the facts that she breaking niggas off, and dude, we're not even getting down to all the actual numbers. You're gonna tell me that she's been out to see you 4 times, other than this last incident. She's been out to see you 5 times this year, and you didn't spend no money the other 4 times.
mean, on food and shit like that, but I mean, as far as flying out.
Okay, on food and stuff like that. I need to know the stuff like that part.
That's basically it.
Okay, no. Only so she came out to New York and all you did was pay for meals. That doesn't even make any sense.
Like that, but
where were her kids when she came to see you?
They family.
Okay. Why did she need to bring them this last time?
It's a kid's birthday.
Intervention! Dude. So you were paying for Ray and Mike's kid's birthday. Come on now, brother, you were paying for Mike and Ray, little Mike and little Ray's birthday.
Yeah.
No. Speak up. I don't hear you.
Yeah. You put it like that, yeah, bro. I guess
put it like that. Am I putting it like that, or was that what happened?
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah.
Well, you put it like that. I mean, it is what it is, y'all. It is what it. Now, I want you all to think about this for a few moments. Think about this. Let's just say that she can get a round trip ticket from LA to New York on Spirit or JetBlue or whatever. If she got a little lead time, you can probably get a round trip ticket for around $200, $250. Let's just go ahead and say $300. I'll be generous and say $300. When she would come to see you, how long would she stay?
About a week.
Okay, so she's gonna come stay in New York City for a week.
Just say 3-4 days, because she got a business out there. So she works. She got her own company.
She has a business in California.
Yeah, she got a cleaning company.
I'm about to say hairstylist.
No,
all right. So, folks, I want you to think about this for now. When she would come see you, probably it was the weekend.
Yeah, maybe like Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday to Sunday or Thursday to Monday. Sure. All right. Which are actually really the most expensive days of the week. All right. Now, when I go to New York, typically speaking, I'll usually try to stay over in Jersey. You don't want to get caught in the city if you don't just have to be. Although if I am in the city, it could be anywhere. It might be Marriott. It might be, I don't do the Dominic anymore since it's not the Trump Soho. It was better when Trump had it. Or something like that. So you're talking easily 300 to 700. And I'm just talking about baseline. I'm not even talking about anything really fancy. So I'm not, so that rules out like the Dominic, but let's just say a hotel in the city is going to run you anywhere from $150 to $300 a night. I'll be charitable.
I'm not staying. We're not staying in the hotel.
Brother, you've already embarrassed yourself. Will you stop while I'm explaining? Let's just, because you don't know why I'm saying it. Let's just say that you got a hotel room in New York in the city. You're in Brooklyn. Okay, let's say you got a hotel room in New York in the city for I'll be generous and just say $100 a night. I'll just be generous and say $100 a night. If she stays for 4 nights, that's $400. Now that's being charitable with a baseline hotel. To get something nice and conveniently placed, that's going to be totally different. The reason why I'm bringing that up is that basically she was able to come see you for a vacation in New York at a discount. She gets to come to New York and stay for almost a week at a third of the price it would cost ordinarily. How far from the BQE you stay?
Okay, like right on the side of the BQE.
Oh, okay. So in other words, you all went shooting over to Manhattan when she showed up.
Nah, Brooklyn, towards that way.
Okay, brother. So in other words, y'all would go over to Manhattan.
Nah, we stay in Brooklyn.
So you wouldn't take her nowhere in Manhattan at all?
I mean, if she wanted to go, yeah, we go to Manhattan.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you all did go to Manhattan?
One time, yeah.
Okay. Did you take it? Have you taken it to juniors yet?
No, she's a vegan. She don't eat.
She's a vegan with 3 kids. Y'all tell me what is about these slutty vegans? I know they got a restaurant called the Slutty Vegan. What is about vegans being sluts? There's just this. I guess that's supposed to be their camouflage. Oh, I eat clean. Okay, but you live dirty as hell. Vegan. If a female tells you she a vegan, that's the hoe card. That if she says she's a vegan, oh, you's a hoe. Oh, okay. I guess she figures she's spiritualizing her wholeness. So vegans are hoes, y'all. It's just forget hoe careers. Vegan is a hoe lifestyle. If a chick tells you she's a vegan, oh, that's yeah. Oh, you's a hoe. I mean, you's a all-out hoe. Okay, so fellas, if you're looking for a chick who is down for whatever, get you a vegan. If she's vegan, that's the code word for you know I do whatever. Oh, I'm not joking. Oh, I'm serious as hell. It sounds crazy. Yeah, if a chick tells y'all she's vegan, that's the hoe code for the 21st century, fellas. To the young cats out there, oh, Jason lying. He can't be serious. No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Yeah, she says she's a vegan, and that's the hoe card. There it is, coast to coast. Pretty much, it's almost global. It's definitely in America, but it's going global in America and in the UK. If she says she's vegan in America or the UK, ho. Caribbean, 50-50. But it's going to take over there before it's over. Because they don't need a diet for being hoes in the Caribbean. Damn! Caribbean hoes, they just straight out, they don't need a diet code. All right, I said that to say, so when she would come see you, basically she got to come visit New York and stay for almost a week at a discount. With all meals paid for. All she has to do is show up. And you take care of the rest.
Oh, we gonna have some times, but yeah, most likely.
Most likely. Okay, tell me the time that she showed up and paid for something for you.
Shit, when I was in California.
Okay, when you went to California, what did she pay for you?
Whatever I wanted.
What did you want?
Go out to eat a little bit, have a few drinks. That's it.
Okay, did you get your car fixed?
Did I get my car fixed? Yeah, she did that for me before.
She fixed your car?
When I needed bread, she sent me bread before when I needed it.
Bread me ass. What did your car need?
Fucking water pump, some shit like that. That's $300-400. That wasn't that much, but she sent it to me.
Oh, there you. Why did you need $300-400?
At the time, I needed the money right then and there. I didn't have access to my shit.
Oh, so in other words, your money been funny. Sometimes he got it, sometimes he don't. So, fellas, reason number 5,826 to keep your money right is because, hey, if you struggling and she's struggling, that struggle love thing, and next thing you know, you end up on the. When did she give you that?
That was sometime last year, bro.
Oh, okay. So y'all, last year she gave him 300. This year he gave her 3,000.
And deal with it, nigga.
Oh, I done kept up with the math. Last year she slid him 300. This year he slid her 3,000. Now there's not a female walking who wouldn't take that rate of return. I'm going into this because I want y'all to understand that you can already see the little inconsistencies and incongruencies that he's fed himself that allowed him to inch his way into this, or I figure he jumped into it. But I want you all to recognize this for yourselves. Who, if you see yourselves doing this, it's nobody approaches you and drops a bill for $2,000 on you. Nobody does that. They ease you into it. They slowly, gradually move you there. Then they show you the really smart hoes make a good faith gesture. Because you see, you're much more likely to drop a bag on a female who looks like she doesn't need it. Smart females do that. A smart female, TK Kirkland, y'all remember when I talked to my man TK. He was talking about that story with Mike Tyson. He told the chick how to play the game. She messed up because she was greedy and stupid. A smart female understands if I go in there demanding 500, he'll never give me another dime. But if I give him 300, In a few months, I can hit him up for 3,000. So I give him 300. That's going to grease the skids. Hey, she ain't no gimme chick. She ain't no greedy gimme chick, man. She done gave me hundreds of dollars. She gave you hundreds. You gave her thousands. That's a chick who knows the game. She knows the game and know how to play it. And she was playing the long game. She didn't hit him up in the first month. She waited a year and a half or 2 years for her little ship to come in. And when she needed something, that's it. Now she's got multiple ATMs running at the same time. Both baby daddies, whatever boyfriend she got out there, although if she's entertaining one long distance relationship, I guarantee she's got another one. So by my estimate, there's probably 5 dudes in play right now. At least 4, possibly 5. She could literally be clocking an extra $5,000 to $10,000 a year. Oh yeah, and by the way, if her business is so great that she can leave multiple times, once a month she can leave, that's not much of a business. If she can just get up and take whole days off just out of nowhere. Want y'all to recognize the game and see what the warning signs really are, not the ones you tell yourself, but the warning signs, what they really are. Oh yeah, by the way, I it goes without saying, although I probably shouldn't. Well, is she like a Latina?
Oh, she black.
Is she mixed? She ain't mixed at all.
People from Louisiana.
Okay, that doesn't mean she ain't mixed. But, all righty, brother. Was it worth it? I guess. Are you all right with it?
I mean, I got a lot of shit on my mind. I'm thinking about it, and I'm not like just it's getting overwhelmed.
What did she do to upset you? Because it wasn't about the money thing, because you've been throwing money. So what did she say or do that offended you? Be honest, brother. Jason already just touched on it. If I'm saying this, that means I already know. So go ahead and lay it out there. Yeah, the money is bothering. The money is bothering you now because the money is bothering you now because she did something. So what is it that she did that made you regret spending the money?
She didn't say anything or do anything. It's just I'm in my own thoughts right now, and it's things I want to do in my life. It's just like right now, and it's just saying it.
I'm thinking that she did something. Because he was okay spending the money because he knew he was spending it before she showed up. He knew he was bringing out Lil Ray, Lil Mike for their birthday before she showed up. So if that didn't offend him, something happened after that. And now he's offended. Now he's doing an inventory on it. So she either did something blatantly or something really subtle that's got him scratching his head to say, wait a minute, did I just get punked? Usually it's another guy. Usually the female does something that makes it clear that there's another guy in the picture.
It was not like that. Okay. It was not like that about no another nigga. I don't know.
Well, bro, I mean, you why not?
Could be. I mean, it never came to me like that. Like, I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
That's my point, brother.
I'm not gonna be dumb. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't a possibility. Like, come on.
Okay, well, brother. Like I say, I want y'all to understand. My issue is not that you were laying up with the broad. My issue is look how far we done did it, and we got the kids showing up at the park, and it's on his credit cards and things, and this is why we got the situation that we do. This is why we're here, y'all. If you want to know chicks in their 40s who think they can just get away with murders, if you all want to know why it is, this is why. We can't, there is no punishment mechanism. You can't say that they're going to get penalized because she is willing to go for a guy she has no attraction to if he's willing to drop some G's. She's like, okay, well, let me give him the red. Let me go ahead and holler at him. And he'll do it. Might take me a little time to ease it in, but that's okay because she's juggling multiple men. So we go ahead and do that. When's the last time she saw one of her baby daddies?
I don't know. We speak about it. Been a while. They don't come around. They don't do shit for their kids.
Why do you think that?
I ask myself that all the time.
Brother, you 40 years old. You falling for the basic baby mama lie?
Hell no.
Okay, but you just said it. You just said it. You just fell for the basic people. He just fell for the basic baby mama lie. Every baby mama claims that she ain't fooling with her baby daddies. Every baby mama claims she ain't sleeping with them. They all say the same thing. We don't talk. We're not sleeping together, and he doesn't do anything for his kids. They all say that because they know that's what you. They know that that's what you want to hear. They all say that. They're all on TV and radio and say that. And what do fellas find? She was still sleeping with baby dad. Oh, well, we ain't together. Yeah, they're not together. Even when they sleeping together, still having sex. Oh, we're not together. And she got 2 of them. That means there's 0% chance that she has not got laid on top of by one of them in the last 6 months. 0% chance. None. Of why else would she take up a relationship with a guy on the other side of the country? It's not like you can sneak up on her. So why she literally has all the security in the world. You're on the other side of the nation, literally. So she knows there's 0% chance you're going to sneak up on her. And I know for a fact there have been whole days that you have not been able to get a hold of her.
Nah, never like that.
Okay. Y'all know this is drip right here. So if I keep interrogating, I'll break that one down too, because it's always the same. It's always the same. This chick here is straight out of Central Casting. This is typical. So, like I say, brother, I'm not going to tell you what to do in this case. I never tell people to break up their relationships. That's scummy behavior. That's dirtbag behavior. I never do that. If you're asking me what to think of it, yeah, you're overpaying. You're overpaying grossly. You've already done it. I'll be very surprised if she sends another dime your way. Right now she's ahead of the game. So usually these chicks stick with y'all for a couple of years and then they cash out. On to the next one because they're already talking to them. So they just kind of phase you all out and move on to the next. So in this case right here, I'm just going to say if you're asking me, did you overpay? Yeah, you did. We're paying for kids' birthdays and stuff. What's your rate of return on that? You know, the problem. Well, Jason, how do you know you overpaid? Because you've already gotten everything from her you're going to get. It's not like you're going to get more sex. It's not like you're going to get better sex. She's 43. It's not like the money you're spending is going to give you a higher quality of anything that you're already getting. That's why it's overpaying.
See that?
So, like I say, at this point right here, I mean, whatever it is that she did, since you ain't gonna tell the truth, whatever it is that she did that offended you or bothered you, I mean, you can have a head-on collision conversation about her now. I guess you can go ahead and do that. But just understand, the more blunt and direct you get, she's probably gonna start, pushing back on that at this point. Because she came to get something. She came to get a fellow who's going to help patch these bills together for her. So she hit you with the I'm strong and independent and got my own business, don't need no money. Yeah, she doesn't need no money so much that she hit you up for $2,000. Yeah, her business is going so great that she hit you up for $2,000. When's the next time she's coming out?
We ain't discussed that yet.
Really? Why not?
You just left last week.
Oh, okay. Well, she gonna come back around and holler at you. When's the last time you talked to her?
Earlier today.
How'd the conversation go?
She was at work. I was at work.
Okay, y'all call each other at work. All right. How'd the conversation go?
It was all right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you, brother, is you need to be very definite with yourself about what your expectations are and exactly what it is you are in this for and why you're doing this. You even to write it down on a sheet of paper, and that if you're not getting A, then it's not worth it for you. And if it costs you B, it's not worth it for you. I recommend you do that because right now what you have is called buyer's remorse. He's having buyer's remorse. He took a look at that price tag and those tickets and those receipts. Then he took a look at her and he said, yeah, I don't know if you're worth all this. I don't know if I got $800 worth of sexual access. Wait a minute. She just left last week. How many days was she there?
3-4 days.
How many bedrooms you got in that place?
Airbnb was 2.
2 bedrooms. So she had her and her 3 kids and you.
No, just 2 kids. One is an adult.
Okay, she brought her and her 2 kids and you in the 2-bedroom Airbnb. That's a yes or no question, sir.
Yeah.
Y'all, he getting real meepish now because y'all know I wasn't gonna let that go. I'm like, nah, she did something to offend you. What I suspect is that she showed up and took the kids to the park on his dime, and he didn't really get the sexual access he was looking for.
Wasn't about no sex, nah, man.
He paid $3,200, $3,400, and it wasn't the triple X rated throwdown he was looking for.
You had got paid $3,200 in one shot, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, but that price tag wouldn't be bothering you if you felt you got your money's worth. You wouldn't even be talking about it because you'd be like, well, yeah, but I got $3,000 worth of value. That price tag is bothering you because you did not feel like you got $3,000 worth of her. That's why it's bothering you. Because you've seen her before, you gave her money before, that didn't bother you. This time, all of a sudden, it bothers you? So either somebody's baby daddy showed up or said something or got mentioned, or she didn't give you something, but yeah, now you're looking at those receipts didn't bother you before, now they suddenly do. That means, what that means is he didn't get the value out of that receipt that he thought he was going to get. And she said she was only there for a couple of days.
Yeah.
No, by a couple of days, do you literally mean 48 hours?
No, Friday to Tuesday.
Okay, well, that's not a couple of days, y'all. But anyway, she was there for 4 days. And how much time did you spend with the kids?
They was there every day. I mean, I spent time with them.
Oh, you're not usually having to do that.
I mean, they was there, so that's what I'm saying. I was there with them.
But you're not usually having to do that. Usually you have her to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, if I go see her, the kids is there, so.
Yeah, but you can control that better. How many times have you gone out to California to see her?
A few times. Man, more than a few. More than a few.
Okay, has she come to see you more than you've gone to see her?
Probably.
That's what I meant. Usually you have her all to yourself.
Yeah.
This time he didn't. This time he had to play stepdaddy, which is why he's calling me tonight. Yeah, that stepdaddy thing wasn't so damn fun. And this time was especially egregious. He spent time around the kids before. Yeah, but it didn't cost him no $3,000 the previous times. This time it did.
And it cost me $3,000 this time, bro.
Okay. Cumulatively this year, that's how much you spent so far. On just the last trip, according to you, it was $1,200. Just this last visit, you said was $1,200. Do you believe that you got $1,200 of her worth?
No, if you want to put it like that. I don't put no number on it though. I don't put no number on her.
Clearly you are, because you called me up to tell me I'm taking a look at these receipts and I ain't liking it. If you felt like you got $1,200 worth of her, you wouldn't be complaining about the receipts. You're complaining about the receipts because, by your own admission, I don't think that was, for what I got when she showed up, that $1,200, I'm like, I could have kept that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bothering you. So going forward, my folks always told me, don't start nothing you can't finish. Going forward, you might want to make sure that you are okay with the amount of money you're being asked for, and don't figure that, they'll make it worth it after they get here. Because you knew what that was going to cost when she showed up. He figured she'll make it worth it. She didn't make it worth it. She didn't make it worth it. And that's just a preview of coming attractions. Because that was just one kid. Next time she's going to hit you up for the other kid's birthday. Or hers. Next up is going to be another kid's birthday or hers. I want you to give me a holler back in 30 days.
Well, I'll do that.
I want to see how things go when you have a talk with her about that. Whatever it is that really bothered you, go ahead and lay it on her. I want to see how that went.
I'll do that.
Thank you for giving us a call. Yeah, y'all, I got to do a deep dive on those so that y'all the necessary facts. I know that he doesn't want to cop to everything that happened, but anybody who's been around the block, you know what happened. He's used to bringing her into town. He has her all to himself. He has full sexual access to her without any interference. This time was different. This time it cost a lot more and he got a lot less. And she's probably done little things like that before. There's been little inklings that that's the way things are edging. What happens is when you get with these chicks, it's 95% sex and fun and 5% cost and sacrifice. And when a man gets married or has children with a female or gets wrapped up in that kind of situation, you notice how that seesaw starts to ease its way lopsided in the other direction. Next thing you know, it's 90% sex and fun and 10% sacrifice. 80% sex and fun, 70% sex and fun, 30% sacrifice, 50-50 sex. That's when men start to notice, wait a minute, I'll be damned. Usually when it gets to be half and half, that's when men start saying, wait a minute. Usually when it gets about there. Usually right about there. Then they start counting their money and be like, I'll be damned. I'm sacrificing more than I'm getting. All right, we got Maurice here on Zoom. Maurice, what's on your mind? Okay, Maurice was there. He no longer is. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Brother Elijah up here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, okay, you got a map of the globe behind your head. What is it, brother?
Hey, what's going on, black man? $1 sign. I'm in the barber shop, man. Yeah, I'm in the barber shop out here in the Bronx.
You're in the barber shop? Boy, what he's stretching them damn hair implants already, y'all. Oh, he is stressing them hair implants. He giving them a workout. What do you say? They just put them in. I told y'all, Brother Elijah is going to be doing the most for the next 12 months. Ain't nothing safe. Ain't nothing safe between the Bronx and the Bay. Ain't nothing safe.
Oh, and I already got a trip planned to Turkey. We fixing these teeth as well.
Y'all, Brother Elijah going to be a terror. Brother Elijah going to slide. He got about 15 years worth of hoes to make up for. He going to slide in every DMs or every social media app. He ain't going to turn down nothing but his collar. He got about 15 years of deprivation to make up for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's about time, big brother. Before I say what I need to say, Jason, listening to that last caller, you always taught us, big brother, you can give a man many things, but you can't give him desire. You understand that? And I'm the same age as that brother. And I have to say, look, what's more important to you, fixing yourself up or keep getting low results like that? Because you can tell this brother is not happy and everything like that. You can tell he's somewhere where he didn't ask to be and he don't want to be, but that's the only thing right now. Sad to say, knocking on his doorstep. And yeah, I'm from Brooklyn too. I say we got to take this L, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, brother, look, it's like I tell you all. I'm not faulting you for laying up with hoes. Chase the hoes, okay. But what I'm saying is recognize what it is, accept what it is, and leave it there, because otherwise you get into buyer's remorse. Hoes are looking to do two things: to extract maximum benefits and to give minimal benefits. Yeah. So that's the way it goes with them. So if you're going to deal with hoes, you can do that, but you got to play it the right way. They're looking for a mark. No female approaches you saying, I'm looking for a sucker. You got to be, if you're dealing with the females who frequent suckers, you got to just be like, okay, I know she thinks looking for suckers, but I'm not going to be that.
Yes, sir.
And they're not doing that. They see fellas who don't have any sexual access. You don't have any sexual options. You're in a drought. Women get, just like men got that pimp vibe that can tell a female who's vulnerable. Females can see a male who's vulnerable. It's dripping off you. It's gushing out of your pores. And when you're dealing with hoes, they didn't become hoes because they don't have experience with men. They became hoes because they have a lot of experience with men.
Yes, sir.
And they're looking for the one who is most vulnerable. And okay, when she's just willing to sleep with a bunch of them until she gets the right one. And when she gets the right one, she's like, okay, this nigga will break bread. This one here break bread. You dealing with a chick who's 43. Do you realize the levels of jadedness and cynicism and hardness that she's developed? Yes, she's 43 with three times loser with 43 years old, 3-time loser with kids from Cali. Nigga, she's on the prowl. She from, any nigga in California would tell you she 43 years old with 3 kids from the streets. Oh, nigga, she's a man eater.
Yes, sir.
She's a man eater. They ain't nothing but a straight G. And he's trying to play that down. I'm like, okay, you playing it down. Talk to yourself, silly, not me. That chick there is a straight piranha.
Yes, sir.
She's a straight shark. And she here to get what she can get. That's it. So he's dealing with a chick who's 43 years old. And he's trying to talk to us like she's 23. Bro, she's out to get what she can get. And she's ruthless. She's out to get it, and she's ruthless. Yes, if you lie to yourself, you're just lying to yourself. That's all.
Yes, sir. And brother, you have an excellent broadcast tonight. And you was talking about Shakira, Angela Simmons, Ciara, and then you opened up with the sister that had that baby with PJ Washington. And I was, this thought came to my mind because I'm going through changes myself. And from a male standpoint, I see what the problem is. Maybe you can agree or not. A lot of people out here, because men do it too, we fall in love with something that was never there. We don't really see and appreciate what we have right in front of us. She didn't, the sister, what's that sister? Brittany Renner. Okay, I think she didn't see and appreciate PJ Washington, and when she didn't see it, what she did caused put her in a dirty position for the simple fact that, hey, you did that to PJ, you're not gonna get another PJ. Anything, you're gonna get anything lower. Lori Harvey, you mentioned her. There will not be another Michael B. Jordan. All right. What's the Amber Rose you mentioned? There will never be another Kanye. She had close to Wiz Khalifa. That's as close as she was going to get. All right. The list goes on and on and on. My question to you, big brother, is this. When these women run across and men do it too, don't get me wrong, but we was talking about the ladies, so I'm just staying on topic with the broadcast. My question is, hey, you got something good. This man is worth 7 figures. Why don't you? What's the problem with them just sitting their asses down and stop showing their ass and just appreciate the benefits they're getting while they're in those high profile?
Because attention is a drug.
Yes, sir.
I need fellas to understand that attention for females is a drug and it's currency.
Yes, sir.
So drugs and money. Now imagine how hooked you would be on drugs and money.
Yes, sir.
For females, attention is like both drugs and money.
Yes, sir.
They can snort it and they can spend it. So imagine those two amalgamated together.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're trying to convince them to let go of. Once they got a taste of that, brother, that's it. I remember the, movie stars and stuff like that, athletes, professional wrestlers walking into the arena and hearing that cheering.
Yes, sir.
LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal. Why do y'all think athletes stay out there long after their time is over? There's nowhere else on this planet where you can have 50,000, 100,000 people screaming so loud that it registers on the Richter scale.
Yes, sir.
Down in South Louisiana, Tiger Stadium, that registers on the Richter scale when the Tigers play there. That's how loud it is. It literally registers on the Richter scale. And what I'm saying is, brother, where else you gonna go and get that?
Yes, sir.
So they stick in there as long as they can. Well, females are the same way. Well, I told y'all, debutante syndrome. Brother, when they get a taste of that, they will never in their lives have men offering them the value that they do when they're in their 20s. And when they start losing it, all they can remember is what it used to be like. Now they are ravenous to get back there. But while they're getting the attention, brother, they're high. They're spaced out. And the only thing they really want is to answer one question. Now, here's why it's dangerous. Your red pillars and everybody else did not tell you all this because they don't know it. I'm about to answer the question for all of you. Why is it that they stay? Why is it they don't just cash out their winnings and leave the casino?
Right.
Because they're trying to answer a question. Is this the most I could get?
Yes.
You see, for females, they want to make sure that if they cash out the casino, that they cashed out for top dollar. And here's the thing. They don't want to cash out for number 2. They want to cash out for number 1.
Yes,
they do not want to leave with number 2. They only want to leave with number 1. And they don't want to leave until they are certain that this is the best I can do. Because if I got to stick with this, I'm not going to do it until I'm sure that it ain't going to get no better. So she's still looking, still searching, still sifting, still filtering, still browsing, still looking in DMs, still looking at orbiters. She's still checking on, is this really the best I could do? Is there another one better than this? Before I say yes, am I sure that there's not another one that's better than this that I'm turning down or that I'm going to miss out on? What am I going to miss out on if I say yes to you? She wants to answer that question before she commits. Now, if she ever becomes sure that she can't do any better, you know that she did because she either got pregnant or got a ring.
Yes, sir.
No matter what she might tell you, if she got pregnant, she's saying this is the best I think I can do. If she married him, she's saying this is the best I think I can do. Now, that might not be a compliment, by the way. For most men, that's not a compliment when a woman says that. But yeah, right there. So that's the reason why, brother, you can't convince them to leave the casino even when it looks like they're winning. When they are at the height of their sexuality, the height of their popularity, the height of their attractiveness, she's still looking to see, is this the best I can do?
Big brother, to your point, that's why I'm going to subtract all the other females because I want to build on what you just said. That's why low key is very disheartening and very heartbreaking to see what happened to Lori Harvey because she's still so young. So I think she should be 28 this year, if I'm correct.
Yeah, but she's got the body count of a 50-year-old.
Damn.
Yeah, deal with it, nigga.
There's the problem. She's got the body count and the road miles of a 50-year-old. She been around the block. There's a reason why the only man that Rihanna could get is Sap Rocky.
Right.
The Sap Rocky. That's the only one she can get. Yeah, because everybody else, Drake, no. Ashton Kutcher, no. Everybody, no. Everybody didn't have their turn. You qualify for the Sap. That's who you get. You and him with your matching purses. That's what you get. Chris Brown didn't miss a damn thing. Go get Karuchi and keep pushing, brother. You ain't missed nothing. This was she rolling around with. She rolling around with niggas over there shopping purses with her. That's where she at. So she doesn't get another Chris Brown. Okay, so that's what happens, brother. That right there.
Yes, sir. Brother, this is I ask this question all the time. We're already in the year 2025, and you're older than me. You saw the deterioration of the of our relationships as far back as the 80s, but with the history you gave us, that was when you physically saw it, but when you actually learned about it, that goes back to the damn 70s, really in some cases the late 60s. And it's like we're not progressing and everything like that. We gotta the men gotta change up, because when I listened to the brother that was the same age as me, I said, hey, look, I would rather, instead of just showing the world I'm so desperate and I'm so simpish, I would rather spend thousands upon thousands of dollars if I have to keep taking round trip flights back to Turkey to improve myself before I settle for taking a woman that's in my age group now, because we can't go back that road. And then she's bringing on her 3 bastard children. I would rather just stay by myself and just build myself. Brothers need to get into that mindset, because all you got at the end of the day is yourself.
Well, here's the thing. All these polls and things in the data coming out talking about, oh, young males today are having less sex than ever. First of all, what was the reward we got for all that damn sexual globe-trotting? That's my first thing. Well, what's the reward we got for that anyway? All the dudes out here stacking hoes and laying up with females for the last 5-6 decades. By the way, what did we get for all that? What was the benefit that we received? That's the first thing. My only issue with these young fellas out there, if they're not having as much sexual contact, I'm okay with that depending on what they're doing with it. Now, right. If they are focused on themselves, investing in themselves, becoming the best version of themselves, I'm all for it. That's great. They need to, if they're withdrawing and that's what they're focusing on, that's good. If they're withdrawing and playing video games and looking for robots and, sitting up here goofing off and now that would be a waste. But if they're withdrawing and focusing on themselves and their mission in life, I'm okay with that. If this generation takes a decade off and focuses on that, we could be seeing a generational recalibration. I'm fine if that's what they're doing. I suspect that's not what's going on in a lot of cases. It is going on in some. I suspect it's not going on in a lot of cases. But I'm okay with fellas pulling back if that's what they're doing, because I would rather you take a pause and re-enter the right way than to be sitting here the whole damn time screwing up the whole damn time. Yeah, let's put you on the shelf for 5 or 7 years and then you get it right, as opposed to spending the next 5 or 7 years setting yourself back for the rest of your life. Right. I'll let you have the last word.
All right, no, brother, I'm landing my plane. Thank you so much. I'm at the barbershop. That's my barber right there. $1 sign, brother. Thank you so much.
Boy, Brother Elijah is so glad to be able to say he can go to a barbershop. What? Oh, he is so, y'all, he doing that. Everything hair related. Everything in his life now gonna be hair related. This nigga gonna be getting twists. He gonna be getting twists. He gonna be getting dreads. He gonna be doing the most. So everything in his life revolves around his hair. Everything is just hair based. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Maurice here again. Maurice, hopefully he doesn't topple his phone over again. All right, Maurice, what's on your mind?
Hey, Mr. Jason, how you doing?
All right, sir, what's on your mind, sir?
I just wanted to call and check in and let you know I actually wanted to thank you, man. You really changed my life within this past year. I mean, I've been listening to you since I was like 22 or 23, and I knew what to do. I had the hustle, I had the passion, but I just didn't have the game plan. And after listening to all your programs, I heard you write up a play, and I just ran the ball. And by next month, I'm on pace to make $70K a year.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. How old are you?
27.
27 years old. Where are you staying at?
Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, good. That's a good start. Now the next 2-3 years, we double that again.
Yes.
You'll be in good shape, bro. You'll be in very good shape.
Yes.
That's exactly where you want to be. You stay focused. You stay grounded. You're sacrificing you're sacrificing your younger years, which is good, so that you can live the next couple of where your life in your 30s and 40s is going to be dictated by what you do now. Nobody ever tells you all this. How hard your life is going to be when you get 40. You're making those decisions today. And nobody tells you all this. They wait till you get 40 and then you try to scramble at the last minute to put things together. If you do it right in your 20s, that's going to determine what kind of life you're going to have by the time you're 40, or whether or not when you're 40, your life looks the way it did at 20. And that's the nightmare scenario.
Well, I've been listening to you all this time. I've been listening to you all this time. Telling folks right now, when you're young, this is time to get it. Because I'll be honest with you, back in November, my back finally gave out. And that was a wake-up call for me.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, and you're just in your 20s. So, folk don't tell you about that. I tell you all, do the most you can then, because you're never going to be as healthy as you are now. You're never going to be as capable as you are now, and you don't know when something's going to happen. You don't know when that's going to occur. I injured my chromium and got tennis elbow when I was your age. So, like I say, it's just, you never know when that kind of thing is going to happen. Now, hopefully, you can recover from it, because you don't want to be broke, especially with back. You don't want back issues. That's one of the worst ones to have is back issues. You'll be surprised how much your core is necessary as you get older. But so certainly, if you can, you want to rehabilitate that, because you do not want to be carrying back issues. That's a quality of life issue. So make sure you get that together. You don't want to just be carrying that. But yeah, things can happen. It sure as hell can. That's all the more reason for you. Okay, are you prepping for when you're 40? You might not be able to throw down at 40 like you are today. You might not be able to do that. I hope it recovers, but in case it doesn't, you don't want to be 40 and still trying to piece things together like you were when you were 20.
Yeah.
And nobody tells you that. You think about college athletes. You think about them blowing out their knee or, messing up their shoulder or something like that. You don't think just a regular guy, the same thing can happen to you, but it can. So that's the whole reason. All this is preparation so that as you get older, you don't have to just keep foot to the floor unless you want to.
And I've seen too many of them old niggas that you speak of that's still trying to figure it out, still trying to get it together, broken down. I ain't trying to be that.
Yeah, I mean, nobody tells you that the bill's going to come due. You wake up when you're 40, and what usually happens is fellas wait till they get in their 40s, and then they scramble and try to piece together a plan then. So those 20 years before that, just gone. Completely, They just gone. They basically were nothing. They have nothing to show for between the ages of 18 and 38. Nothing. They might as well have been in prison. They might as well have been doing a prison bid, because they have just as much to show for it as they would have if they were behind bars. Like this, basically, they were born at 38. Okay, let me get started.
Mm-hmm.
So in your case, you're not making that mistake. So it's going to pay dividends for you. The real reason why most guys end up in trouble when by the time they're middle aged or older than that is simply because they didn't have a plan. They didn't execute anything. And by the time they got started, it's like, dude, we halfway through the game now. Now he's got kids, he got bills, he's got demerits, he's got liabilities. That's the other thing, is as you get older, it gets harder. So when you're in your 20s, you actually don't have a bunch of stuff working against you. You get older, you start racking up baggage. Now you got headwinds against you. So let me get this straight. I'm starting late. I ain't got nothing. And I got headwinds against me.
Mm-hmm.
Which you're going to get anyway, but it's a lot easier if you got something to fight it with. They got nothing to fight it with. So yeah, they're a cautionary tale for you. I'm glad to hear that.
I noticed even with just getting my bread right, the respect is different amongst other men, even in from men in different communities, especially from the women. My dating pool has changed. Like I'll deal with the ones around my age group, but I like the ones like between like 30, 35, 36. I'll entertain a 42, 40 and up. I don't commit to them like that. I heard what you said about all of them, and I've seen everything you done said, so I keep that in mind.
No, look, a 40-year-old is going to certainly, I mean, I had girlfriends in their 40s when I was your age. If you're a fellow with this act together, the fellas in their age group, brother, there are too few men today who are out here trying to get it for the women to choose from. So basically, the females at any age, if you got your act together, they're looking for you. They are willing to go ahead and make a deal if you're buying. I do not recommend it because you don't want to be with somebody who's looking for a bailout. You're looking for somebody who's a benefit to you. Not some chick who squandered her chances and figures this little young fella is naive. Because I was watching Drea Michelle earlier today, and I'm like, this little sucker she with now. I'm just like, okay, well, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get his wake up call when he gets it.
Right. I've seen, I've heard your notion. You get on the ride, then you get off, and I've done that when I can tell when it looks like they're looking for a bailout. You know what I mean?
What are you gonna do with a 40-year-old?
Nothing. I can't.
You're 27, brother. What kind of future are you gonna plan with a 40-year-old?
Nothing, and it scares me when they seek a commitment real quick too. I get scared. I leave immediately.
Yeah, they're looking to see how green you are. They're hoping that you'll be green and silly, and maybe we can get a oops, baby, because that's the come up for them. Remember, the single biggest pathway to wealth for women is marriage. If there was not a financial benefit to marriage, and I mean a substantial one, women today would not be saying the word marriage. The only reason they want marriage is because there is a financial benefit to it that they cannot achieve themselves. And with the pool of men able to give it shrinking, yeah, brother, you 27 years old and got chicks 20 years old who's like, okay, let me see if he's eligible. So, but the question you have to ask yourself, like I said, is she a benefit? What am I going to do with a 40-year-old? What's the benefit she going to give you at 40?
And most of them got kids too, whether it be one, two, by multiple men. And I'll be honest with you right now, I do not have a vehicle, but I can get to work just fine. I take the bus, Uber, Lyft. Some of the women I date, they'll give me a ride, no problem. I mean, I'm not just trying to settle for not having a vehicle, but by any means, I can still get it with or without the car. The car doesn't make me. And so.
Minimize your expenses, maximize your efforts, save every dollar you can, get your credit score where it needs to be. Right now, you just on the labor thing, sock it away, store up as much as you can. By the time you get to your late 30s, you should be sitting on a good nest egg with a good credit score. So now you've had enough experience to make moves. You talked about respect. The issue there is going to be, you're going to be looking for respect from different people. The types of people that you were looking for it from or accepting it from, that you even consider them worth you considering their respect, that's going to change as time goes on. So it's not so much that the people who change with the respect, it's who you're looking for it from is going to change. Because now you're going to be asking yourself, is this even the person I want respect from? What's the benefit I get from you respecting me? Right. Now you stop looking for respect from people who it doesn't really count from them. And then you start looking at, okay, am I getting respected by the people it does count from? That's where it starts to register for you. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, actually, I have one last question for you. So, I guess I had another eye opener that I really need to get a vehicle quick because I was using the Uber app, and I was on a little side mission at night, just to go see a broad. It was cool. I was a little bit tired, but the older lady that picked me up, she was a 40 to 50-year-old black woman, and she started off the conversation with that most of her male riders are white men, and 90% of them are freaky. I'm halfway tired, by the way, but I'm still listening. Just to write that in my notes. And she said she picked up a guy. His name was Tyrone, but he was a white guy. She said never in a million years would the police think about looking for him. And after that, I just start falling asleep. Wake up when I'm 5 minutes away from my destination. I get there safely, and I told her appreciate the ride, and I get in my bra, I go, I'm hanging out with my lady, and when it's time for me to leave, I'm checking the Uber app. I can't log in. By the next day, I found out by talking to Uber support. They tell me that the lady said I was masturbating. You know, so at this point, I really just don't even feel safe with riding with women at all. At this point, I'm just not. I'm not being sexist. It's bad out here. Just off of somebody saying, just off of a word, somebody's word. So now there's an investigation.
Yeah, like I say, dude, this is you got a bunch. Uber does not have any psychological filter. They got crazy folk driving. Just anybody with a steering wheel can basically be good on Uber. So yeah, you got imbalanced folk out there, and Uber will shoot first and ask questions later. You know, so it's a racket. So definitely go ahead and get that taken care of for yourself. At least it'll give you more autonomy, and it'll definitely keep you out the way of other folk in situations like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Black. I'll land my note there, and I appreciate everything that you do, and I'm always listening, and I'm not the other young kids out here that's just, fooling around. I'm about my business. I want my paper right. I want to be close to where you're at, by the time I'm your age, sir.
Well, check back with me, brother. I appreciate it. And like I said, I don't discuss high-value men. I build high-value men. But I want y'all to understand there's a lot of whack jobs out there, a lot of wackos and whatnot, man. You sitting there 1 minute and then she's having a damn schizophrenic episode. She be 400 pounds and he wanted my body. What? You sitting there in the back seat, you're looking at the phone, you're not acknowledging her existence, and she's sitting up here trying to talk to you, and it's like, ma'am, please eat your peanuts. You just sit over there and eat your peanuts. Just take me where I'm going and get all the old jaw jacking. I'm not for it. I've taken the Uber a few times. I really don't like to do that either because I've been caught in situations like that. You're getting there with the females. Oh, you smell nice. Where you going? You ain't coming along? It's telling you the destination I'm going to. What are you going to do when you get there? You're not going to be part of it. You were not invited. You going to drop me off and then you going to turn around. Everything after that will not involve you. So really, you don't have to be inquisitor. Inspector Clouseau, you will not be a part of the festivities. So why don't you worry about not having a wreck, and then you can go pick up the next person. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again. Let me see. I got Brandon up here on Zoom. Brandon, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, JB? Once again, you definitely dropping some knowledge tonight, though. But man, I just had one thing to go ahead and respond to about this Yo Gotti and Angela situation, man. Cause from what outlooks of everything, man, what women do as they try to finally call it spinning the block. Try to say that. Well, hold on, not spin the block, because spinning the block mostly mean they get back with an old flame that's still pawning over maybe their nostalgia. But at the same time, when you talking about chicks that finally give the dude who's been, caping for her, looking for her, and really been sitting up there showing that he's been interested for, 10 years, 10, 15 damn years, and she finally go ahead and gives him a chance. Those are the relationships I never see last long, or because a lot of times those women, they're not going to appreciate that dude. They just almost seems like they almost feel like that is them. That dude has always been beneath them. So they can't feel like they're winning anything because they've always just felt like from day one, I could always do better. And if I'm back here finally, then my soul done cracked and I'm finally, and everything is just getting all bad for me. Now I have to go ahead and give this dude a chance for substance, and that pretty much is going to make her feel like a loser. So that's one of the reasons why I'd never tell a dude, man, look, once you holler at a chick and you show blatant interest and be like, what's up, and if she says no, or not go ahead and giving you that time, man, let that shit go ahead and go, because it's never going to get any better. She's not going to gain more respect for her because she's told herself from day one, I'm better than you. You are not good enough for me. And shoot, and when time goes on, that's pretty much just not gonna go ahead and change. Even if your money do go ahead and come on up and get better or whatever. She's since she's always felt that way, she'll just finally just say to herself, "Yeah, you're still the lucky one." It's never gonna be I'm the lucky one. I'm the lucky one that finally got with you. No, it's gonna be you're the lucky one. And she'll always treat it like that, even to her own detriment.
Well, I mean, look,
won't let her think anyway.
When you make it clear to the woman that you value her far more than she values you, the only relationships that are really mutually beneficial are the ones where the female values the man a little bit more than he values her. Because we're the ones that it costs more, it sacrifices more, it takes more time, we risk more. And so if the female feels like you value her more than she values you, she can't respect you. She can't admire you. How can she see you as the valuable one when it's very clear that you value her more? That's why it doesn't work. So most women are in relationships where they placate the man. They placate him. They tolerate him. They flick a little crumb of affection off every once in a while. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, you're really not required, or at least you should be lucky to be here. Yo Gotti made it very clear that he was waiting on her and that he valued her, and he was throwing all these open public gestures to her. That's why she could put him on the sidelines and make him wait, because it was so obvious. Nigga, you waiting on me. I'm not waiting on you. You're waiting on me. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, she played it exactly the way it looked like it was. That's where he made his mistake. He made his mistake by making it clear that he valued her much more than she valued him. And she treated him like it. And when he finally, quote unquote, got her, that's when he realized what it was. I told you all that he was in trouble when he took that Christmas picture with her and the kid. I told y'all then. And the folks who were trying to argue with me, they're all quiet today, aren't they?
And deal with it, nigga.
They're all quiet now. You won't find any of them speaking tonight. But by the way, I mentioned that to y'all. Then I'm like, yeah, he's in trouble. He's in trouble right here, right now. This is what she's investing in. This is the future she's investing in, and it's not his. It's not his biological future. Well, here's the thing they don't understand there, brother, and you know about this, but a lot of fellas don't understand. Females, especially once they start getting older, if they got kids, they're looking for somebody to get them over that 18-year-old. They're looking for somebody to get them over that 18-year-old. They're looking for somebody to help them get the kids out the house. Mm-hmm. They're looking for the fella who gonna patch things together, and as soon as them kids are gone and it's just you and her now, and you like, damn, finally I got these other million kids out the house, and you figure I've been waiting 5, 10, 15 years to finally have them butt cheeks all to myself without interruption. Now she's like, yeah, I'm not really feeling this no more.
Yep.
I'm not really feeling this anymore. And fellas, you invested all that time and all that effort and all the energy to make her load lighter to take care of her responsibilities as those children. And as soon as they're gone, now she's like, okay, let me let the real thing come out. Because she has no reason to string it along any further.
Nope, none at all. None at all. It is not none at all. These women out here, man, you just hit it on now. I think that dudes are doing themselves no damn favors just to trying to sit up here and placate like these women don't know. Look, if you a dude out here and you're not getting any female sexual attraction or any play with the females, though, you got to stop lying to yourself. Because these females out there, they know it. This is what they look for. From the day one you meet her, that's all she wants to go ahead and know. Okay, you're in my face. Are you, do I have any competition for you? Is there any other females that want you? If the answer is no, then she is most definitely, if she figures on out that you are just sexually desperate, she is just going to go ahead and just keep you that way. Because they live pretty much off of these sexually desperate men. These women today are just trying to sit up here and figure out a damn way how they're going to go ahead and be able to have sex with the guys that they want and get another damn dude to pay for it. And they're definitely running on code about that. That's why you can sit up there, and that's why they sitting up there continuously having sex with the same dudes over and over again. They sharing dudes, keeping dudes in a perpetual drought. So when the day finally going and come that she needs something, though, she can call these dudes on up and easily get her a couple of grand, because they're going to be so sexually desperate, because they already go ahead and know these dudes are out here. If you keep on starving them on out, though, we'll just be able to just get money from them and do what we want to do anyway.
I mean, look, females are taught early to follow their hearts. And when you tell a female follow her heart, what she's going to do is follow her instincts. Well, her instincts say, get with the guy who you're attracted to. That's what that's going to say. Well, those are the guys they would sleep with and whatnot, but that doesn't take judgment. Attraction is a biological response. So following their heart means follow the one, whoever initiates or creates that biological response in you. Okay. And then the other fellas out there not understanding that that's not a joke. That's not a game. If a female wants to squander her sexual capital earlier in life, she has every right to do so. Where men are screwing up with is there's not enacting a penalty. Women penalize us when we squander our best years. They penalize us. You mess up your best years, you ain't coming with nothing, you get penalized brutally. Horribly, publicly, you get brutalized. We don't do ourselves any favors not playing it the same way. This everlasting gobstopper and this eternal hall pass. Men are not respected when they do that. And that's why the males they're not respected. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, if men would actually have the value of it, but you can't value something you haven't created and haven't done.
Well, here's the thing about it, though, with these women, because since they know that dudes are in there always, and you broke this down earlier, which is, I think that, most dudes need to definitely understand that part. And most females just in general, because what a lot of these females do is, because they know that men are in a sexual drought, they almost kind of feel like, what they try to do is create this image that they're more readily desired than they are, because they already know, though, you're a great catch to a dude who's sexually desperate. You're only good as long as you're in a room with males sexually desperate. They already know that if you actually put them right next to some other females, to some real females who actually look good, they know that they're not getting picked. And they walk around with this attitude, like even the fat chicks though. Now let's call that one on. Now you got fat chicks and fives literally walking around here acting like they really dimes, because they're just surrounded just by a lot of in drought men, and they're already just knowing what the damn issue is, but they know that they cannot compete with some real actually females come around, and this is just giving them like a false aura, like how you broke down and said that there's a lot of dudes that want to have sex with Angela Simmons. A lot of dudes would marry Angela Simmons. They would do a lot of things with Angela Simmons, but only a handful would have actually looking to put her in a Bentley. Only if even a damn handful. I doubt that there's any damn man who's ready to put her in a Bentley at all. She's past her prime and nowhere near that, and nowhere near any of what's going on.
Right now, what she's looking for a guy who remembers what she was a decade ago. She's looking for a guy who's looking with nostalgic eyeglasses. And she's looking to leverage that, because the fellas who are actually out here seeing her today, who don't have that nostalgia, they don't remember her from a decade ago, they wasn't really checking for her then, they just have to look at her the way she is now and take her at face value. Yeah, that's not mansion territory. So that was why it had to be Yo Gotti, because nobody else really remembers her in that way. Guys on the internet making YouTube videos about how hot they would be for her, those fellas don't count. They don't count, because they're not going to do anything for her except drool. She's looking for the fellow who going to drool and drop benefits. I'll let you have the last word.
Most definitely, man. You definitely dropping some real game on out here, man. No, man. I appreciate. I wish I knew some of this stuff a little more early in my formative years, though. But man, most definitely, shoot. A lessons learned the hard way is definitely a lesson learned that you're not gonna forget. So most definitely, though, shoot. And as these females are definitely getting older, and hopefully some of these guys are learning their damn lessons from, well, still got these guys out here in their 40s still not learning their lessons, but hopefully they start learning some damn lessons from what's going on, hearing some real game of how these females is operating, though, man, and let's start interacting some damn punishment for what the hell is going on, because as of right now, the status quo is going, though, man, there is no reason for a female to get her act right. They're actually doing better doing better living this way, though, than any other way. So if you sit up here and just think that time going by and she's finally going to get the noticing you and things going to get better, no, dude, you are just setting yourself up for misery. It's not going to get better. It's just going to get worse. So if you holler at a female, though, shoot, and she's not showing you direct interest at that point, let her go. Do not pursue her, because you're only going to confirm to her that she has more value than you, and you're never going to be happy. So once you say what's on up and let it be known I'm trying to get with you, her next reaction is going to be the final one for the rest of her life. And if it's not going to be like that, then you only just setting yourself up for misery. Thank you so much, man. B1.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, most fellas don't have options is the issue. Most fellas don't have options, and females are looking for a person with no options. They're looking for a person with no options. They're looking for a guy whose options are compromised, and women can see immediately how quickly you jumped at it, how quickly you leapt at it. If she shows up in your DMs, women count how long it takes for you to respond. What? Men don't understand. DMs have become a predatory vehicle. Women use that. DMs give them data. Social media gives females data. Cell phones give them data. She doesn't have to guess. She can now time it down to the minute, to the second. She can see what was said, when it was said, how it was said. They keep up with all this information, and just like a corporation sifting through it to decide who's the best customer, they sift through it to decide if that's you. So you see Stepdaddy season, they're going off of the data that they've received. They looked in their DMs. Remember, Shaquille O'Neal is in the DMs of the chick who works at Home Depot. Damn! This chick works at Home Depot, and Shaquille O'Neal is in her DMs. Every time you turn around Instagram, there's some rapper, some athlete, some singer, some entertainer in these chicks' DMs. The reason that women are saying that is because they're collating the data. They're keeping up with the data. They went over the numbers. They know who's in there. If a chick look in her DMs and Drake is in there, what she's saying is, damn, I've been undervaluing myself. Why should I talk to you? I can get a Drake. I always knew I was good enough to get that. That heifer will be a strong damn 6. But she'll be telling herself, I always knew I could do better than these guys living here in Selma, Alabama. Just because Drake or Shaquille O'Neal, decided you'll do in a pinch. That's literally what it is. So understand, women have now realized they can leverage that. Now, smart men leverage that too, but most men don't have the ability to leverage it. So they're waiting for the chick who's going to respond. When she responds, he's Johnny on the spot. He doesn't have anything else going on. He doesn't have anything else he's doing. He doesn't have any other options. He doesn't have any other abilities. He's chomping at the bit. No wonder they didn't believe me when I told them Stepdaddy season is over before it starts. But then again, why would they? Why would they? Let me go ahead and see if I can get Don up here on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Don on Zoom. Don, where are you at? I can give you a couple of moments here. I hope you didn't step away from your phone. If Don isn't up here on Zoom, we're going to have to move on. All right,
I'm here,
Don.
brother. I'm here, brother.
What's on your mind?
Man, B1 brother. Been listening to you for a while now, like 3 years. Just wanted to ask a question since we on like the subject of like the Brittany Renners, the Amber Roses. So for, let's say, the average chick that you might run across, right? Like, in terms of pursuing her or her pursuing you for a relationship, how many bodies is too many bodies?
Okay, well, here's the real question, man. The real question is, how old is she? Because that'll be the first thing. If she's 20 years old with a body of, basically it's going to be up to each man. I can tell you how many is too many. Too many would be a couple of dozen. Truth be told, if she's over a dozen, especially by the time she's in her 20s, if she's over a dozen, that basically means a guy every year. Let's just say she's 25 years old. If she's over a dozen, that's been over more than one guy a year. Now, remember the multiplier rule. If she told you the number is 5, it's probably 10. And if she admits to the 10, it's probably 20. So if she admits to the 20, it may be way more than that. But I can tell you right now, as far as psychologically concerned, definitely if she's over 24, and that one right, that is extreme. Well, Jason, why is that extreme? I want to give you a psychological rule that I think will make sense to you. Brother, can you name the last 24 restaurants you've been to?
Nah.
Can you name the last 24 movies you saw?
Definitely not.
Okay, do you see the problem there?
For
now,
sure.
Can she remember she slept with so many men, can she even remember them all? Now, yikes, that makes a whole lot more sense to you all right there. You can't remember the last 24 restaurants, but you expect her to remember the last 24 men? She's been with so many men, she doesn't even remember them all. Because you can't remember. If I asked you to do it, you couldn't do it. Okay, brother, that's how many your bro have been through. You sure? Even if she remembers the number, she doesn't remember. She's probably just guesstimating at that point. I think it's somewhere around 24, 34, 44, somewhere right now. So that's too many. That's too many. Certainly by the time she's in her 20s, if she got one a year, that should be red flags right there. One a year, that means she's never had a sustained relationship of any kind. Of any kind. So just every year, a new fella gets his turn. So I'm gonna give that to you as a baseline red flag. Is if a chick is got a new body on her every year, yeah, this is not gonna end well.
Yeah, because I did meet this chick, you know what I'm saying, and I always try to downplay the chick, like like downplay myself to make it, I really want to know what a female's like, what her like why she want to come at me for it, you know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying, I'm 32, I do well for myself. When I'm out with the fellas, we pull the cars out and shit. We always popping it, and it's always girls like choosing, you know what I'm saying? But you already know like why they choosing, you know what I'm saying? But I did meet this chick though, and she was in a relationship for like 4 or 5 years, and then she was single for like 2 years. And the number she gave me, you know what I'm saying, was like, I don't know, 13 in like 2 or 3 years. And I was just like, man, that's too much.
That's a party girl. That's a club girl. That's a party girl. And if she got that many dudes, there's some girls in there too. What?
Nah, for sure.
Fellas, one more rule. Every female lies about this. It's a lie that every female tells. If she got a high body count, if there's a bunch of dudes, there's some girls in there too.
And I overheard a phone conversation, like her mama was like legit getting mad at her because like her mama was telling her like, you don't supposed to tell no man no shit like that. And I'm just like, man, you really can't, you know.
And now you see where she learned it from.
Yeah.
Family of hoes is the family tradition, so that they don't get there by themselves. The whole family encourages that. They let that. If she got that many bodies, that means the grown men were laying on top of her when she was a minor. That's the way that goes. They 15, 16 years old, and dudes in their 20s or 30s or 40s were laying on top of them. And here they come to you a decade or so later with all this damn baggage and screwed up head trauma and everything. And here they come talking to you. So they don't want nothing. Look, fellas, I did the program last week. It's not a joke. It's not a game. You can overlook this at your own peril. If a female got tats, she got body piercings, any sort of body desecration, crazy body counts. This is not a fluke. This is a character trait. You ignore it at your own peril. They living their life. Okay, bro, but it's still a warning sign. You ignore it at your own peril.
Yeah, man. It's definitely crazy out here. You know what I'm saying? And cause I ain't gonna lie, like, you know what I'm saying? I was digging the chick or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, just on some G shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, not capping. But, you know, like she was talking about being married and, you know, I'm asking all the important questions like, hey, shorty, like, so before you met me, how many brothers was asking you to marry them? And she was like, none. So I was like, shit, like, I'm just not the type of guy that, like, I'm not going to pay full price for the buy tires, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not going to do it. Like, it don't make sense. It's like a '07 S-Class with like 177,000 miles on it. They trying to get like 20 bands for it. Like, nah. So,
no, bro, they're trying to get 100. They're trying to get 100 bands for it. They want the MSRP. They're trying to get that MSRP for it with 300,000 miles and blown air shocks. The air ride suspension is sitting flat on the ground, and she's trying to get top dollar for it. So what they're doing is looking at y'all. There are two types of men for females: the ones that they want and the ones they can use. And you have to ask yourself, which one, with this chick talking to you, which one does she see? And you have to be brutally honest with yourself. What does she think she see? Does she see the man she wants, or does she see one she thinks she can use?
And nah, that's real talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? I definitely probe and try to find out if a chick is willing to, you know, like you say, shit, if a woman gonna spend, like, if she spend her money on you, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that, and, you know, trying to make sure you straight, checking in on you, you know what I'm saying, even though you don't need it or whatever, like, that's definitely a good sign that she's, you know what I'm saying, into you from my experience. But like you say, also, you know what I'm saying, it's really taking like 2 to 3 years to find out, like, who a person really is, you know what I'm saying, because, like, you can be able to fake it for like 7-8 months, you know what I'm saying, but, you know, 2 or 3 years, you know what I mean? Like, she gonna definitely give you some type of indication of, you know what I'm saying, the trauma that's present, anything that she been through, anything that she lacks, like if it's flaws in her character, integrity. And I just think, you know what I'm saying, a chick, like,
but body count is a flaw in character. Body count is a flaw in integrity, and you can find that out from the first day. That's not even something you got to wait years for. That one right there is an instantaneous marker that you are unfit. Right there. That doesn't even take years. Most men, however, avoid that because their priority is sexual access for themselves, so they tend to jump first and ask questions later.
Well, you know, that's how it be for brothers that ain't, you know what I'm saying, they, like, I'm from Memphis, I stay in Dallas. So, you know what I'm saying, I was playing ball back in college, and I wasn't just a looker, you know what I'm saying, because I was a big dude, had a baby face, you know, 6'4", 320 pounds, but once I started coming into, like, real adulthood around like 2021, you know. So I started slimming down and being more toned, and that's when I started getting attention from like the ladies. So I've been around the block, like just dealing with the ladies, period. You know what I'm saying? I always been, been able to talk to the ladies and just really, get them to tell me stuff about themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll start a conversation with a female and you know what I'm saying? You'll ask her a certain set of open-ended questions. And like, fellas, you ain't even really got to do too much. You know what I'm saying? Just sit back and keep it playing. Just let her talk. And she gonna try to base her answers off of your responses. But if you're not really giving her no feedback in your body language and in your conversation, she'll start to over explain herself and tell you whatever you need to know. You know what I'm saying? Like within the first couple conversations.
Yeah, but that depends on whether or not you're even asking. Because most men are not actually asking to learn about the female. They're trying to ask to learn about the sexual access level they're gonna get. They're not actually asking, okay, let me find out about you. Sex to the side. Let me find out who this is I'm talking to. Just talking to you. Forget sex with you. Let me find out who I'm talking to. Most men don't do that. And most women are alert. They're listening to see if you're going to ask. It's like dealing with a double agent. It's like dealing with a spy. It's like dealing with an undercover police officer. She's checking to see if you're going to ask questions that she can't answer. Things that she can't say or she shouldn't say. And fellas got to treat it like that. You got to treat it like, you have to literally treat this like, hey, this is a person trying to infiltrate my group. I got to figure out if they on the level. Now, it's their job to prove they're on the level. I'm not here to give you a level card. We're going to assume you're not on the level until you prove you got credentials. Most men are not doing that. Most fellas are just waiting their turn. Doesn't matter who the female is. He's just waiting to get his turn. And once he gets his turn, then now he finds out whether she's worth it. I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, sir. It's definitely a thing, man. I just want to tell all the brothers out there, like, man, stop being so thirsty to jump into the bed with these women, bro. I ain't even gonna say women because that's slick disrespectful to all the real women out there and all the real ladies out there. But like some of these hoes, bro, like they don't deserve that part of you. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta make them earn it. Like, and as a man, you also have to realize that, hey, like every time you lay down with a woman, you feel me? Like, and when you get your little feeling or whatever, when you get yours, like, bro, like they got the potentiality to cost you like a lifetime of pain if you messing with the wrong one. You know what I'm saying? B$1 brother. Appreciate your time. I'm a first time caller. Like I said, I've been listening 2-3 years now. Man, I appreciate the work you're doing. And even on your other channel over there, the Black Authority. Shout out to FBAs. B1, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me go ahead and just say this to you all live and direct. When you say, you can get in trouble if you were the wrong one. All of them are the wrong one.
What?
I said all of them are the wrong one.
And deal with it, nigga.
What are you talking about? Every female you meet, that's naivete. We need to get a good girl. They're all bad girls. Women don't talk about being good girls when they're around other women. When women are around each other, I just did that, Cooking with Kaya. One of the biggest thoughts in the damn game, sitting up here holding the pot roast. But when she's with y'all saw when she's at the party with other females, ain't no good girls here. Good girl is something that they sell to men because they know that it costs men a hell of a lot, and a bad girl is a bad investment. Men look for good girls to invest in. Women don't talk about being good girls when they're around other women. When you got a room full of females, ain't nothing in there but bad girls. The little chick with the glasses and the ironed on hair, The chick with the weave, the chick with the dreadlocks, the chick with the braids, the chick with the French curls, the high yellow broad, the octoroon, the dark skin, the caramel colored, the chick from the Caribbean, the chick from Cali, the chick with her master's, the chick with her GED, the chick with no paperwork whatsoever. When they all get in a room together, ain't nothing in there but bad girls. When they talk to each other, all they talk to about is they bad stuff. Ain't no good girls up in there. What do you think girls are famous for? Gossip. They ain't gossiping about good stuff. It's all bad girls when they get in there. Some of y'all, you had some pretty square, naive fathers in your life. I know I'm a little late on Father's Day, but I'm here to lay down the father game to you. I ain't unk this time, I'm daddy. Let me explain to you how it is, son. Ain't no good girls around here. Ain't no good girls. I don't let nobody lie to you about sugar and spice me ass. They all bad girls. All of them. ALL, all. And stop talking about the right one and the wrong one. They all the wrong one until proven otherwise. She has to earn the right for you to say she the right one. Fellas, I said earn. Earn doesn't mean we had a conversation. Earn means she put in time and work and effort to prove that this isn't a front. Everybody gonna approach you with their best face. Everyone's gonna try to convince you that they're sincere. Everyone's gonna try to convince you that they're real. Everyone's gonna try to convince you that there are no risks and there are no hazards. Your job is to test them and get them to prove that they are the right one. You don't assume she's the right one. She needs to prove she's the right one. Until then, you all bad. That doesn't mean you have to abuse them or talk crazy to them. But it's like, yeah, baby, don't sell me on no line. I will tell you when you're the right one. I'll tell you when you're a good girl. Ain't gonna happen. I'll tell you when you're a good girl, and I'll tell you when you're a right one. But until then, yeah, no. You're a prospect. It's like a biker club. You're a prospect. You get your prospect patch. That's what you get. There ain't no good girls. Don't try to sell me on no lies. I'm a man. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't lie to me. Don't try to sell me on the good girl thing. Furthermore, what the hell am I going to do with a good girl anyway? Damn! My life is grimy. I deal with real situations. My life is hectic. I got tough stuff happening out here. I can't really keep a fragile chick. I really just can't do that. So even if that was you, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with you. My life is difficult. I deal with difficult things. So yeah, the little fragile chick, yeah, I don't think you can hang around here, baby. Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your application. I don't think you can make it. All right, I think we got Vane here. Vane. Oh, okay, Vane, I spoke to you last week. What's going on?
Yes, hello. I'm doing great since we spoke last week, Jason. I've been trying to get in touch with the therapist, and I've been just trying to do better, you know. I spoke to what you told me about last week, how there's no reconciliation with my family, and she told me that she changed because she used to tell me that I had to get back to my family, and I had to, she just kept insisting every therapy session that I had to get back to my mom and everything. And I just want to tell everybody here in the audience that don't trust nobody. Like it's a rough world out here. It's really bad. Like my dad, he was the best dad in the world. He was the coolest, humble, hardworking, and his life just went down drain because of my mom, because he decided to be a dummy for my mom's other kids from another man way before I was even born. So I just want to say,
let me go ahead and weigh in on that, and I'm glad to see you're making steps in that direction, because that's important.
Yeah.
No disrespect to your father, but I have to clarify a statement you made. You said that my father, he was a good guy, he was a nice fella, hardworking, decent, honorable. I don't doubt any of that. Then you said, and his life went downhill, all because of my mom.
Yes. Yes, and her family.
I think with some retrospection, though, you will start to realize, and it's not a damning commentary, it's not disrespectful to your father. His life went downhill because of him. Because no matter what a piece of work your mama is, baby, 3 words. He chose her. For whatever his reasons were. He chose that woman. She didn't handcuff him. She didn't throw him in the back of a trunk like Goodfellas. He chose her. So there was a part of him that she appealed to, and he liked it enough to keep going as far as he did. Now, I started off the program by saying, by the way, there are some psychological things that might come into play there. Maybe he had an abusive mom or a tough to deal with mom or a sideways family situation when he was growing up. And those type of men, this is basic Freud, by the way, they go looking for a female who replicates that because that's what they're used to. They're accustomed to it. It should scare them off, but they're just used to it. So, like I say, that woman did not bust in his front door with a sledgehammer and throw a pair of handcuffs on him. He had other options. He chose that one and all the risks that came along with it. But just like you saw those things, he saw those things too. So now the only reason why it's hard for you, and I'm going to say this as diplomatically as I can, but you're a grown woman, so I'll say this as diplomatically as I can. Baby, even if you were talking to him today, it wouldn't change anything. Well, why not? Because your mama does things with him that you don't do. Even on that wacky side of the family, they might do that over there. But I'm just saying, it's hard to talk to folk because as a female who's related to him, if he gets a hold of another chick, they doing things with him that you don't do. And that turns as long as they're doing that, that turns his brain off.
The thing is that he does not have intimacy and my mom does not have intimacy. She's always complained that that they don't ever have intimacy.
They used to.
Well, I guess they used to, but
yeah, that's all it takes, baby. Once they look, it's like trapping an animal. She doesn't have to do it for 20 years. Nobody goes out in the jungle hunting something for 20 years. They go out there for 20 minutes. They go out there for one day. After they got what they want, that's it. You're handcuffed. We don't have to do this anymore. So the legal situation, the personal situation has changed, but the legal situation has not. She came to get a legal situation. Once she got that, she's like, oh, I got what I came for. And that will linger long after the personal situation has completely disappeared. So, baby, yeah, she did what she had to get him across the finish line. After that, he's now stuck in a situation. So he can stop having sex with her, but it's not going to change the situation he's in. He's in a whole different situation now.
Well, his mom had him when she was 15.
There you go.
His father was 65 years old.
There you go.
And he has there were 12 siblings in total, but she miscarried 6 and 6 survived. And it was just him and mostly all men and just 2 older sisters. And that's it.
16. She got pregnant 16 times.
12 times, but she lost half of them, half a dozen. So it was only my dad, and all of his brothers, and then 2 sisters, all the same dad.
Okay, so you're saying he has 6 siblings because you said 12.
Yeah, I said 12, but she lost.
Okay, so but he only got 6 siblings. She got pregnant 12 times. So yeah, we all know that situation there too. So yeah, that's the upbringing. I can't imagine that there was a healthy amount of affection. What happens is guys like that grow up and then they try to compensate for what they didn't have. And obviously he bestowed that on you, but they choose a female who more mimics and replicates their mother. So you've got this conflict going on. He is trying to simultaneously defeat the mother and at the same time reconcile with her. So if you all want to know why it is the men go and get the Dwayne Wade, they keep going to get these belligerent females, papoose, they keep going to get these aggressive belligerent females. Well, yeah, that replicates the mother. So and then they come into conflict with her. Well, yes, because they don't like it. So they are simultaneously conflicting with the mother, but also trying to reconcile with her, which is why they allow these women to do these outrageous things. Papoose allowed Remy Ma to sit up here and sleep with anybody and everybody, and now he's finally admitting that went on for years. By the time we found out, she had been doing it since she left prison. According to Papoose, Remy Ma had been doing that since she left prison. So we're saying this, dude, that's the whole damn time. And that Easy the Block Captain wasn't the first one. Oh, well, this isn't novel or new. This is the same mess we always see. Y'all just weren't saying it publicly. It's the same thing we always see. He was and what is he doing with her today? He is simultaneously in conflict with her, but also trying to reconcile with her. That's what a son does with a mother. Because she's always going to be your mom. You have no choice but to do something with her. Unfortunately, the something to do with her might be to set her away. That might be the something you have to do also. But that's usually the thing they don't choose to do. They usually choose to try to figure out how to fix it. How do I reconcile this? But she keeps doing terrible things to you. And if you're going to defend yourself, now we got to fight. And what y'all's relationship doesn't recover because you're constantly trying to fight this person that you're trying to reconcile with. And that's your father. This is basic Freud, people. This is basic DSM. This is basic Freud. This is psychology 101. I'm not breaking new ground here. Most of your psychology students didn't pay attention in class. But this is basic psychology 101. And the daughter sitting here, this tells me what he was trying to do. So there was a part of him that understood it. He saw what it was. He went in a different direction. But when he chose a female, he only chose what he knew.
It makes sense because his mom had him at 15 and my mom started getting pregnant at 15. There's a correlation right there, what you just said. So it makes sense. It's just that I don't agree that my mom is using my dad without, like, she's taking advantage of his money now that he doesn't have, now that his brain is lost because of Alzheimer's and he got Alzheimer's.
She has power of attorney. But my thing is, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying about now. I'm saying she already closed the deal years ago.
Well, without his consent, because he would never allow her son, that's not his son, to take over his, like, for him to be. So my mom, I saw a mail that it said my dad's name on it and it had her son's address on it and it was open and it said that you owe like $800 something for water bill.
But ma'am, she did not become a man eater in 2025 or 2020. She was that way when he met her. And for you, it's been intolerable. There's nothing that you have seen from that woman in your life that he did not see also. He saw the same things. He was looking to get something different from her, not just physically, but emotionally. There's a reason why they call it dysfunction. It still has the word function in it. So yes, this thing works. It functions. It's like having a car that doesn't run right. Well, does it run? Yeah, it just doesn't run as well as it should, but it'll run. It just runs with a whole bunch of mess and a whole bunch of problems.
Yeah, emotionally, well, she did everything she could to emotionally to make my dad's life worse. She accused me of sleeping with my own dad. She accused his sisters of sleeping with his own dad. What she caused is for us to distance ourselves from my dad and his sisters from his brother. You know, and then since I was a kid, she would always accuse him of being gay, and you know,
and he stayed.
Yeah. Well, they separated when I was 7.
She was doing that before you were born.
Well, they separated when I was 7, so clearly
She was doing that before you were born. And among Latinos, especially when you're talking about Puerto Rico and places like that, I've seen this a bunch of times. Once they get the baby, the men are very committal. That's a very common thing. I already know the game, but among Latinos, if the chick gets pregnant, the man feels obligated. So they know for a fact, if I get this baby, just psychologically and socially, he's going to feel obligated to stay here. Now I can really drag him through hell because he's not staying for me anymore. He's staying for the child.
Well, the father of my child, he left me. He ghosted, canceled me and the kid. The kid's birthday was just on Wednesday, on the 18th, and he didn't say nothing. Nothing. Like he's totally canceled on me. Like he's very wishy-washy. Like if I ask him for the baby's milk, like he'll occasionally drop it off the steps. He won't even show his face or nothing. It seems like he can't handle the stress of me and my family because it was too much, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's yes, it's that, but also it's one other thing because number one, you chose him, but number two, you chose a man who had the character trait that he would be willing to leave.
I just didn't know that at first.
No. Stop. That's not going where you think it is. What I'm saying is that just like your father went to look for a woman, he's in conflict and reconciling with the mother, you're in conflict and reconciling with the father. Your father did not leave. He had a woman in a bad situation and he didn't leave. His daughter has gone and chosen a man who, when he was in a bad situation, he did. So you see, you did calibrate for it. You saw that character trait in him. I am not saying that everything he's done is right. I'm not saying he's a great, fine, outstanding individual. I'm just saying, by the way, I couldn't help but notice the thing that would have mattered to you most in your life. She found a man who would do it. So obviously you went looking for a certain character trait that superseded any other negatives. He's got negatives, but there's one thing you know he will do. And you replicated what you grew up with, and this man showed you that he had a character where he would leave. He wouldn't sit there and stay in the situation, which you keep saying it, that would have made all the difference with you if your father had done the same thing. Now, the difference, of course, would have been hopefully maintaining his relationship with you, although I'm pretty sure this man does see his children every once in a while. I'm pretty much sure he has not ghosted them, but where you're concerned, that's probably going to be where the issue is. And that's what you found. You calibrated and corrected for it. Just not the way you might have thought you were, but you did.
Well, I sort of didn't like how he was trying to so where I'm living is where my parents is at. They're upstairs, and I moved back here because since I gave birth, my mom, she begged me to come back and live with her because where I was living at, I was living with roommates and they didn't allow kids. So
well, here's the thing though, he's the man you chose. So what I'm saying is that obviously whatever he was selling, you wanted it. And what I'm saying is that parallels, and it didn't end well. Do you also see that parallels with your father's experience? It's exactly what I just described with your father. Exactly the same thing. So what I'm saying is that if you want to really understand what I'm saying about your dad, and I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just being objective. But if you want to understand how he got there, mom was doing that beforehand. Yes, she was. And the guy you were with was doing it beforehand too. But there were things you were looking for. Just like there were things your father was looking for. And it was so important to him, he overlooked all the obvious negatives, just like it was so important to you that you overlooked the obvious negatives. Those were less important than knowing that what this guy had that you really needed, even if it doesn't end well. That's how your father got there. And now that you've lived it, now you see why it happened. I don't know if that gives you peace on anything, but it may be understanding to see how could such a thing occur. What you did, that's how it occurred. Right there. No difference. It's just your turn to experience it. But it was the same thing. Same thing. Although you do make a good point. Your father found out the hard way there. Yeah, being stepdaddy is not just a thankless job. It's just a dumb one. It's a dumb one. You're here to patch together holes, and they're looking for a guy who is desperate enough, lonely enough, that he's more concerned that he stops losing, that he's willing to start compromising with obvious broken situations, and it doesn't end well. You know, the guys who are stepfathers, if they're just honest about it, they would admit that, but they don't want to admit that because they're in too deep.
Yeah, there was this Mexican guy from church, and I remember that my dad was always hanging out with him a little bit too much, and he would start wearing like these like painting his lashes, and I remember one time I was downstairs with mom.
You said paint his lashes?
Yeah, like my dad was involved with the man from church who he was always had his like, you know, like mascara, like, you know, the black thing that women use on their lashes for makeup. So he was a guy that was very close to my dad from church, and he also worked with my dad, like, you know, doing like painting jobs and stuff like that. He's Mexican, and he will put.
He did painting jobs with his mascara on.
Yeah, something like yeah, it was weird.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, and then I remember one time, this tranny left a voicemail, a male to female tranny. That's what it sounded like, and then the tranny was all mad, saying how that my dad was paying more attention to me and to my mom and not him or her, and it was a weird voicemail, and my mom understood that my dad was sort of into some weird ish, but of course my dad always denied it. But then the same thing with the baby father of my kid. He when I bought him his car because I wanted to build him, and I lost all my money to him because he back and he never paid me back. And then he did the Bluetooth on his phone and he called the tranny up. It sounded like a male to female voice, and they was just laughing, and I don't know what they were talking about. But I when he came back to the car after he bought some food, I was like, "You was talking to a tranny, right?" And then he's like, "Yeah, he's my friend. He's cool. Don't worry about it. We're just friends. We're just friends. That's it." But then it always rubbed me the wrong way. Why would a straight man have a tranny as a friend?
Because we don't. Because we don't.
And that's another thing, that there's a lot of DL men in the community and they just hide it so well.
No, there are not a lot of down low men, but there are a lot of females who are looking for quick, easy solutions. And just like a person who's desperate for money, and they go looking for quick and easy answers, there are not a lot of con men out there. Con men are actually few, but people looking for quick and easy money are many, and the few will take advantage of the many. The many need to stop thinking there's a free lunch or easy answers. Then they will not be such easy targets to the few. If I'm saying to you, you're not the first. You're just the one he was with. You're not his first. All the others went through the same thing with them. It's just your turn. Or at least.
And now he left me. He left me with this kid. He's 2 now, and I'm just alone with this kid, and I'm trying to figure everything out. It's really, really hard. You know, trying to find a babysitter, and I don't really have a family, so you know, just finding a babysitter alone and then going back into the workforce because I can't rely on my uncle and my aunt my whole life. You know, like they keep giving me money, but I have to keep paying them back. So I can't keep living like this. It's just, I'm really struggling a lot.
Well, the first thing is you can't fix the problem until you can face the problem. So that's the reason why I'm articulating a few things that maybe you hadn't thought of before, because you're obviously still grappling with that. Yeah, folks are not very happy that she pronounced it that way. That's something that she's going to need to focus on as well. But also because there's a saying in psychology, that which is not resolved will be repeated. And if you don't resolve these issues, and you've already repeated a number of them, yeah, but it can get even worse if you don't. I will acknowledge one thing here. When you say this kid.
Yeah, my son.
That's not a very flattering thing. This kid.
Well, my son, I know it just,
we're bringing this to your attention. That's not a very good motherly trait to disassociate yourself from your child. This is my son.
Yeah.
My son. And just like you did not ask to be brought into the asylum that was your father and your mother, Your son did not ask to be brought into this. You have an obligation to recognize these faults and character flaws because you remember what it was like to be victimized by something you didn't even choose. And you will carry it on and pass it on if you don't start recognizing it. So bringing that to your attention now, that, by the way, couldn't help but notice you said that.
Yeah, I don't know my grammar, something like that. I didn't mean to say it that way. Like I love my son. He's my everything. He's the only thing I really have.
Understood.
My son.
Understood. I'm just bringing it to your attention just in case nobody did. Just so we make sure we keep that in mind. There's no doubt in my mind about how you feel about that. And the fact that you're grappling with these things, you're asking questions that your parents never even asked. And that's always a good sign for the future, that at least you have the courage to confront the questions. However, the next step would be getting you to have the courage to not repeat the behaviors, which up until now you have been doing. So that's the next step. You can recognize it. Now can you recognize to the point you stop repeating it? You don't need a man to reconcile what your father did. You need a man who is competent, stable, honest, honorable. That's what you're looking for. Not one who will correct what went wrong with your mother, but one who is good enough to take care of what's right with you. Notice I didn't say what's wrong with you, what's right with you. But I'm glad you're at least taking a look at it. And yes, you are a cautionary tale. Fellas need to be very, very careful and concerned. If they go stepping off in the stepdaddy season, they're usually stepping off in the middle of something. They usually are. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, it's needed to be said that it's not good to be in a relationship with somebody that has kids. It doesn't matter if they're grown, because they're still looking, like you said, to get a free meal ticket or something out of you. Like, everybody's looking for something, especially right now in the city in New York. Everything is so expensive, and people just trying to get a come up out of people, really. And it's not worth getting with someone with kids, because it just ruins the whole dynamic of everything. And I'm just it's just so much unfairness, and you're prone to favoritism and a whole bunch of things. And I know I have to get my life and my brain back better, and I'm working on that. It's a process. I cry like last night I was not feeling well. I was remembering the other kid that passed, and it's just, I feel like it could have been avoided, because like, he passed because of a virus. And I'm just really upset that happened. And I just feel like my mom, she should have, like, there was a social worker, like, it was a lot of things going on. And I'm just really mad that I just wish that he could be here with me and his brother, and he's not. And I think that, everything has a dominoes effect to it. And like you said last time, it takes a wrong grandma to ruin 2 or 3 generations. And I just
hopefully
think that
you can turn that dynamic around.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, I wanted you all. That's a cautionary tale, because here's the thing about it. There's a bunch of y'all got the same thing going on. What? Oh, we ain't going to talk about that, though. I'm going to just touch on it briefly before we move on, but let's just keep it a $103. So she the only one in New York? She's the only one in America got that going on? And so none of you got any stories like that in your family, or you haven't lived them? Nigga, please. Oh, okay, so she the only one? It's just her? Hey, ain't none of the rest of you, though. The rest of y'all ain't never seen nothing like that. No, never seen it. You just heard. That's anomaly. Okay. All right. Okay. She the only one that woke up one day and the boyfriend had a boyfriend. She's the only one. All right. She's the only one woke up one day and you were dating a girl who liked them girls. Okay. All right. Because we know, of course, that would never be anywhere near you, and that wouldn't be your family. Couldn't be. Couldn't be. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can take one more hit up over here on Zoom right quick. Let me go ahead and grab iPhone over here on Zoom. Let me see who I got. All right, I think I got Timmy over here on Zoom. Timmy, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you doing? It's crazy over here in Kuwait. I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, that girl, she reminds me of somebody that I know, except it's kind of this opposite situation of a boy. But it's funny how, a lot of Hispanics look down on Blacks sometimes. I'm not trying to like say anything negative, but if you look into their culture, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of culture of that. But I noticed that the females are the ones who are always the perpetrator. There's a young man who also in the military. I'm not going to put his name out there. He had a girlfriend, did all type of grindy shit to him. Of course, the woman that she married, she came from a bad situation. Mother was abusive to her, stepfather, her brothers used to rape her, like bad stuff. They both had situations. He was also molested. Also, they were both by the way. They're both bisexual. And, he was telling me his story because he was going through it with a child custody battle. And
well, I like to take these as opportunities for folks to be reflective. I think that's very, very important to do that. And I'm glad that she feels comfortable enough to be able to speak to me about that kind of thing, because I'm probably the only person she has anywhere to even talk to about that kind of stuff. I think that's been a very, very big issue, is that people are not allowed to really level with what that is. So I give her credit for having the courage to speak about that.
Yeah. The thing is a male, by the way, but the young man, the girl that he was with actually ended up sleeping with his brother, and he was not sure if that child, the last child he had, was his. I tried to encourage him to go and get a DNA. He said, no, I've been taking care of her, and she grew on me. I said, like, even if that you love that child, I feel like, honestly, this is my opinion, I feel like a man should have the right to know if that child is his legacy.
Okay, but you cannot help the willfully blind.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Anyways,
so what you're finding out is that he doesn't want to know. He's more interested. Yeah. He prioritizes more having sexual access to her than anything else that's going on. And now he has convinced himself of the outrageous, that this is just the cost of having access to her. And in his mind, it's worth it.
Well, here's the twist. So remember I told you he was bi. So now he's with a man. So he's not even dealing with her anymore. What he's dealing with is the child custody battle, and the fact that this woman actually was dating a drug dealer and bringing the drug dealer around his kid. And so I'm not sure what's going on with them now, because, I since then left that unit, but, I encourage him all type of stuff to get lawyers, and he documents everything, because he was supposed to go on a deployment a while ago, but he had to cancel that because he needed to get custody of that children. I encourage him and everything for him. I don't really encourage untraditional lifestyle, but I can understand why he went to a man, because she was just egregious, and the thing is, he chose her. Yeah, he did. He sure did. He could have been more careful, but the thing is, I remember younger, I used to hang out with a lot of, Hispanic kids before I started even listening to you. One of the things a lot of them did talk about was how Black American culture was this and Black American culture is that. And I'm just, I'm so glad that a show like yours opened up, because you know what? I would never, ever intermarry, and there's nothing against them. I can never see myself intermarrying with Hispanic at all. But just learning some of the stuff, did my own research. The abuse of children there is crazy. The bastard children is rampant. It's crazy. The colorism is crazy. A lot of Black people don't really understand the culture. They see a bunch of exotic people. They are good looking people. Don't get me wrong. but like there's always a side effect of everything, dude.
Well, here's my
It's like
thing. I don't have anything against Latinos. I don't have any problems or issues with that. I welcome an honest and open discussion. Have we seen this bit of a seedy underbelly in some ways? In some cases, absolutely. I'm very careful and meticulous about whose opinions I take on anything, where anything is involved or concerned. I'm far less concerned about how low somebody else is and far more concerned about how high we are. So the proof is in the pudding where that comes from. So definitely, I want folks to be aware of their own performance. That's a very, very heavy thing right there as well, because I'm far less concerned about what anybody else is doing. Is our performance outstripping them? Have we presented better options? It's not enough to sit up here and just tell yourself you're doing great. Have you presented better options? Well, there's a big thing right there. So there's a rabbit hole we could go down in that regard. So I would want to make sure I keep that in proper relief. Now, all that having been said, sure, there are some things that I've noticed and seen. Of course, we have, you've got, there's some strong traits that come along. Catholicism is very, very heavy there. But all that being stated, the stepdaddy situation doesn't change anywhere you go. I don't care who the female is. She can be Latino, she can be black or otherwise. You're going to be walking in the same chainsaw no matter what. Now, are there some societal dynamics that might change the nuances of it? Well, I guess on the periphery. But remember, the red pill exists because white men were unhappy with the treatment that white women gave them. That's the whole reason that the red pill exists. So it's not as if the chainsaw feels better to them. They're certainly very unhappy with it as well. As black men, it's not like the chainsaw feels better over here. It's not like, oh, well, the ass whooping is better if you're black. It's just, we take the disrespect a lot less when it comes from black women. It's that's not really the way to go either. So I'm very sensitive to that in that regard. I'm glad to have an open conversation about those things, but I don't want to mischaracterize it. There have been some aspects that we've noticed in things. You've seen that in California. You've seen that in New York. Sure. But that doesn't change the stepdaddy situation.
No.
Well, she got pregnant at 15 or 16. Okay. But they're getting pregnant in their 30s and 40s now and replicating the same thing.
Yep.
So it's not like we can go into child support and the black men are like, oh, it feels a whole lot better over here. It's not like that's the situation. So if we could show that, I guess that'd be a little bit different.
Right. Just real quick also, the tether that called a few weeks ago, and he asked some stupid questions about why does black man make wrong choices. What the hell is he talking about? First of all, let me talk about Nigeria, okay? Nigerian and what's going on with their relationship. We are no better. Their culture is like cutthroat, backstabbing, manipulation, deceit, right? We are very jealous and prideful people. And so that carries on into relationships. And let me tell you my dad's situation. He had a girlfriend before he met my mother. He had a girlfriend. I guess she was like an 8, 7, really liked her, spent all types of money, pimped all his money out on her. He walked into his house where his family stayed in, caught her with another man in his bedroom. So that's how my father ended up with my mother. My mother was not an attractive woman at all.
There's a brutally honest assessment.
Right.
I don't think I've ever heard a female say that before.
What about what?
You said my mama was not a very attractive woman.
She wasn't, and he told me so.
Oh, her face must have looked like a foot. Damn. For the daughter to say something like that, oh, your mama must have looked like damn me tiny Zeus Lister.
So yeah, but here's the thing: like she had like a abusive father and a mother who like there's a culture where we were talking about the stepdaddy. So her father married a woman who already brought in kids. This woman was selfish as hell, basically used my mother as a slave in the house. And basically she was neglected, never was bought new clothes, never had new things. She was underfed. And I think a lot of her attitude when she fights with my father, it comes from that, because the worst thing you can ever have is a father who is abusive towards you. And that with the female, but the females are very sensitive, and it's worse. It's bad when you have an abusive mother, but it's worse when you have an abusive father, because that does something to the mind of a female. You know what I'm saying? But
well, yeah, I mean it does, but it does a lesson there. Like I say, if he chose a chick who was not very good looking.
Yeah, so he came
okay,
to
well,
the
he
United
was,
States
he was
without
just,
no money.
Then he was just gonna wear her ass out and run the brakes off, beat the brakes off of her, basically.
Well, by the time he got to the United States, he didn't have money like that, because that woman spent all his money, and then he had to spend a lot of money coming in.
Your mom spent all of his money, or some other female?
The female that I told you that he caught in bed with another man. So by the time he got
clearly he wasn't holding a grudge, but go ahead.
Yeah, he won a lottery, and he was trying to run a business. I guess it's expensive to get to the United States and everything, but I guess he said to himself, I don't have that much money, but I need to get to the United States so I can start over. He chose my mom, but by the time he chose my mom, he didn't have money like that. So
okay. Well, yeah, definitely. Look, I mean, if you're not high up on the cute scale, you're gonna be a pack mule. So men don't work pretty women like that, but if you're not cute, yeah, baby, you got to pay as you weigh. It's basically what it'll be, but
yeah, she works. She works sometimes even.
She got to.
Yeah.
No. If you're not good looking, you got to work. You got to get a degree. You got to work. So yes, and the men ain't gonna give you nothing. So she gonna have to work.
Right. And I think she feels like she wanted to get the same treatment as the other woman that before her.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand
if the daughter is saying my mama's ugly, it's the game is over. If the kids say their mama is ugly, you can imagine what the men think. So yeah, it's game over. There's no coming back from here.
She looks better than she did before, because I'm not. I'm telling you, because she didn't have the aesthetics to actually improve herself. So when she actually got older. Of course, she put on a little bit more weight. She had better clothing, better makeup. She was able to get her hair done. So
okay, but the bottom line is, as a female, we judge women in 3 dimensions: from the neck up, from the neck down, and from head to toe. So if from the neck up she's a solid 2, then that means from the neck down she got to be a solid 10. So
right. Well, she was skinny. She was very skinny.
Okay, but that doesn't make you a 10. That just makes you scrawny.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, from the neck down, she would have to be a 10.
Yeah.
If the daughter is saying my mama ain't cute, from the neck down, she got to be a 10. And it sounded like it wasn't that situation. So basically, yeah, your mama was a solid 2. The kids are like, man, I hope these genes don't pass on. So she's just lived a rough ass life.
Yeah. You know what? I have a lot of my dad's features, like his family, his sisters. They are nicely built. They have curve. And I got that. Like I had always had really big chest when I was young, and my face actually formed to be like him, his family, which I kind of appreciated. His family has beautiful skin. They're very dark skin. Like, you ever seen like a Sudan African, like with a smooth skin?
She said that she's happy. She'd rather have her dad's features than her mom's.
Well, I'm not saying that in a bad way, but honestly, like...
She's like, look here, boy, I hope I look like my daddy. She looked at her mom. My mama's so ugly, I hope I look like my dad.
No, that's not... Oh, Jason Black.
That's literally what you just said. My mama's so ugly, I hope I look like my daddy. Okay.
No.
All right.
Jason.
Boy, y'all, this is a novel phone call tonight. I don't think I've ever heard this. Thank you for your candor. I appreciate it, because she said, boy, my mama's so ugly, I hope I look like my daddy.
Oh, no. Stop. But no, the females in my father's family are very needy. They I can tell that men paid attention to them, but when you get past a certain age and once you start having kids and everything, if your husband leaves you, just like what you were saying, it kind of goes downhill. Even though you look pretty, a lot of them weren't able to keep their dudes. Some of them were.
Well, hell yeah, they all look like they daddies. No wonder they can't keep them. Yeah, baby, Yeah, if you look like your dad, it's gonna be a rough life. It's gonna be struggles.
Well, my dad was actually very handsome, and his sisters were actually very pretty. They had great bodies and beautiful skin.
Men don't want handsome women.
I said my dad looks good looking. That's what you're getting my words mixed up.
I stand by what I just said, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. But so as good looking as they were, unfortunately, some of them weren't able to keep their men, and they always call them up for money and stuff. And Nigerian, I will tell you, like back home, they will nag you for money, and if you don't give them what they want, it's like World War II, World War III, and so it's like I guess they used to have men give them money, but as you get older and
well, Timmy, here's the thing right here, though. I'd like to make an observation based on the things you've been saying here tonight. I get all that. I hear all that. I generally let people express themselves here how they like to. But in all candor, do you hear the men in America having a different report on the females here?
It's the same everywhere. Like you always say, it's the same everywhere. And I try to tell, like, there's a lot, the passport guys. It's like, I'm going to go and get an African girl. I'm like, yo.
That's what I was saying before that, it's not about how low other folk are. It's about how high we are. And if the results we're giving are the same as everybody else is getting, it becomes very, very difficult to make those critiques at that point. So the issue with Barrister is, like I say, other than psychological and emotional, it's obviously self-disproving there. But by the same token, like I say, men's complaints are global. They're not confined to one group. It's not confined to one people. Is there some hinky stuff that might be happening in certain groups that are not happening in others? Well, yeah. And there's a place to have a conversation about that too, which is what I'm here for. But by the same token, I don't see any place where the men are like, things are going great. There's no place where they're like, they're getting the kind of treatment they think they're supposed to be getting.
It's actually worse in Nigeria because they do witchcraft. And that's another thing I feel like you need to bring up. Like, there's a thing called love witchcraft where they put like spells to try to get husbands and wives. That's a very dangerous precedent. And it's something that's happening even in the United States where they put hats.
Okay, well, do you believe in that stuff?
I do believe because people actually use witchcraft to do a lot of things.
Please.
And so I know, it's
okay. I'm so glad you said that. This puts everything else in perspective. Timmy, why don't you educate us about the efficacy of witchcraft?
No, that's what I'm saying. I said it's bad, and so
you said you believe in it, which means you believe it's real. I just asked you if it was. You said it was. I am now asking for details.
Well, basically, it's almost like the occult. Like it's like witches. Like they do spells and rituals and stuff, stupid things like that to get what they want. Witches basically worshiping like the devil. Here's the thing that is going on in places like Nigeria. They use witchcraft. I know one of my uncles did something like this for his business. He killed like it was a Black Panther buried under one of his businesses so that way he can make money, because when he first built the business, it was not
buried a panther under his business under the belief that this would make him more financially prosperous.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. And
how'd that work out for him?
You know what? Surprisingly, it actually he started making money. But for me, I'm totally against it. It's
Nigga, what?
He killed a exotic animal. He wishes he should be put in jail.
Okay, but here's the thing. Do you believe that the secret to his success was that he found a panther to kill? Or is it more likely the secret to his success was a strong work ethic and proper planning? In addition to killing the animal, okay, after we kill the animal, strong work ethic and proper planning. Are you sure that wasn't actually the secret to his that was the real magic?
I'm not sure. It could be that he had some people like help him with his business, but
Timmy. Oh, this is a revelatory phone call tonight. This is revelatory. I would like to tell anybody, if you didn't like anything she had to say, just balance it against what you're hearing right now. She believes in chicken bones. And Timmy, come on now.
I don't know. Oh, so,
look. I'm not here to divorce you for anything. I'm just saying, there was a great passage. Stop. There was a great passage that came from Game of Thrones that talked about grayscale, and we're talking about fictions. We might as well just go all the way in. Well, they're talking about the origin of grayscale. Oh, there was a man, and he had an injustice done to him, and he said, all the rest of you are going to suffer. You're going to suffer this disease because you did something wrong to me. Here's the problem: if that was that easy, if it was that easy to affect the world around us, then there would be no healthy people in the world. If you could just curse somebody else with bad health, and if you could also inversely curse yourself with good fortune, well, there wouldn't be any bad luck anywhere, bad fortune anywhere in the world. There wouldn't be any sick people anywhere in the world. If your results in life were not a result of your effort, but they were just a result of some intangible universal fiat that you could just tap into, well, then by definition, there would be whole families that absolutely nothing bad would ever happen to them. So we can't have it both ways. Either this stuff is real and there are families that nothing bad happens to them, or are you sure it's not a strong work ethic? I'm almost certain it's that. By the way, how much money did he make?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I don't really talk.
This nigga ain't rolling in mills, okay? He's not. No, he's not. This fella, he could have got his GED and made the same money. So he risked his life killing a panther for nothing. Fella, you could have got your credit score to 805 without risking your life. You could, Timmy, I assure you, the dead cat under his house has practically nothing to do with his success, except maybe he proved to himself, if I can overcome this panther, I can damn sure make $50,000 a year. If I can survive an encounter with a wildcat, I can make $50,000. What am I afraid of? If I survived an encounter with a wildcat, I can survive making $50,000 a year. I am relatively certain I have what it takes to do that. If I can handle panthers and tigers, I got what it takes to make $50,000 a year.
All right. Yeah, but no, the females are more scheming over there in certain parts of Africa. I would say Nigeria. Of course, there's certain place in Africa that's much more better. But like I always warn Black American men, I'm like, you have to be on top of your game. Going anywhere else is not going to help you. This is like a daily argument, because if they try to, I guess, imagine a fantasy of a place where you can pick up like a female that's honest and sweet and exactly what they want. But I'm like, it doesn't matter where you go. Like all the females are facetious. They think like the Asian girls are more elegant. I'm like, no, they just know how to cover their facetiousness better. Like there's no part.
They might not be handsome.
Right.
They might not be handsome. Let me see your abs, Timmy.
My abs? I don't have abs.
Every time you get on here, you were sitting in that gym they got in there. Let me see your abs, Timmy.
Okay.
All right.
It's not really an ab. I'm trying to.
All right. There you go. You're looking like your mama. Okay. Then I know you're not sloppy, but I'm just saying, baby. Every time I see you in the gym in there, so she must be running her way down.
The gym is locked down.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying she's between the gym and Red Robin, so we need.
Oh no, this is somewhere else.
I want you on top of your game, Timmy.
Okay.
I want you can't look like your daddy in the face and look like Angela Simmons. You know, you don't want to do that now. Oh, I'm sorry, Amber Rose. We don't want that now. No. She looks like she's about a size 6.
No, I'm actually at size 10. I'm big bone.
Camera's fish-eyed then.
I'm like big bone.
How tall are you?
7'5".
7'5"?
Yeah.
Lie.
You think I'm shorter?
Do y'all see you're 7'5", Timmy?
I'm sorry. I mean 5'7". Oh, my bad.
Okay, do y'all see what I got to deal with? I'm 7'5". I'm about to say 7'5", and you're way more than size 8 or 10. That's way more than that. Way at 7'5". We passed that one way back there. So anyway, no, she's not sloppy, but I'm just saying we got hard body to go. Every time I see her, she's in the gym over there now. You want to flex on the Asian chicks, don't you?
Yeah, true.
Okay, all right, baby, because we can't look like daddy in the face with no abs. We can't do that. So we cannot do that. Oh, she took me to heart. She went straight outside. What'd she say? She's going to go run today.
Oh, so the bathrooms are outside.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and end this call before you get there.
No, that's fine. I was just, because it's very cold in the little buildings here, like the blasty heat, because remember, being in the desert.
Okay. Well, Timmy, stay safe over there. Thank you very much for giving us a call. We appreciate that. Yeah, boy, I'm telling you. She says she's 7'5". 7'5". I'm like, I don't believe you. Lie. I do not believe that. I do want to say this, though, in all candor. It's hard to eat when you're looking at the next man's plate. It is hard to eat when you're looking at the next man's plate. So it's very, very important in discussions like this. I want folks to be focused on where they're at. I want folks to stay focused on where they're at. If your men are not doing backflips, you slipping. Let me just say this in all candor. You can talk about everybody else if you want to, but I just want to make a helpful reminder. If your men are not doing backflips, it's not really thrilling them to be quote unquote your men. No, I'm not going to say that he needs to go snuggle up with a boy toy. I'm not going to say necessarily that. But I am going to remind you here that, by the way, before you can kick dirt, you better make sure the folks you're talking to can do backflips and can hold parades and talk about how wonderful it is where they at. They need to be living a good life. We got 10 steps on this staircase, and okay, these other folk on step number 2, yeah, but I'm on step number 3. It's not like I'm on step number 8 or 9. So if that's not the case right there, it's like I really want to be like, okay, focus on perfecting what you got there. Focus on your issues over here. It's not like being a stepdaddy over here is better than being one over there. You know, I'm so glad you ain't got a Latina stepmama. You need a black one. What? It's not like that's the case. It's not like that's the wonderful thing we're looking for there. Give these men something to cheer about. Give these men something to be proud about over here where they at. The bragging rights will come from them. You can't talk your way into that. The bragging rights got to come from them. They got to be the ones to be able to say that. They have to be the ones to be able to plug into that. Right now, it ain't nothing to brag about anywhere. It's nothing to brag about anywhere. And these fellas over here talking nonsense about passports and this, that, and the other with me saying, by the way, where are you going? Ain't no place safe. So I want to have conversations about this so we can be honest about where we're at so we can actually address that. Coping mechanisms don't improve the landscape. You got too many men with too many complaints for anybody to talk about how hitting they are. Right now, men are choosing from the lesser of all the evils. This where we at today. The men today are choosing from the lesser of all the evils. So it doesn't do any good to try to focus on other folk here because it's like, man, are you kidding me? I'm not oblivious to these things. I talk about that all the time, but I'm not oblivious to it. Other folks some kind of fixate on it. I'm not going to fixate on it. But by the same token, don't tell me we winning and it's going so great and everything. It's like, we got complaints across the board, man. We got complaints across the board. Some folks sit up here and do a better job of deluding themselves. Tiger Woods does not fool with black women whatsoever. Tiger Woods doesn't fool with black women whatsoever. How'd that turn out for him? Ellen Nordegren was beating in the damn windshield with a golf club. What? His girlfriend that he promised to never marry and never get children with, and he literally had to get a court order and his attorneys to trick her to get her out the house, and then she sued him and said he sexually assaulted me and drug his name through the mud before saying, okay, that never happened, I'm dropping my lawsuit. So much for dating out. So much for the promise of the joys and the purity of dating out. If you can just get away from those black women, no more drama, no more ghetto, no more violence. Matter of fact, he got his passport. Remember where Ellen Nordegren's family ain't from the U.S. Remember? Oh, that's how much good the passport did. Tiger Woods did that. How'd that work out for him? By the way. Yeah, Tiger Woods got his passport too. How'd that work out for him? All cheers and giggles? Not by my recollection. Why don't we go get an Asian chick? I got 2 words for you, Young Jeezy.
Nigga, please.
Want me to keep going? Go get you a mixed Asian chick, Karuchi. Damn! Where you going, man? Where you going? Where you think you're going? You want to keep playing this game? Y'all already saw me deal with Austin Holloman. I'm like, bro, I had to debunk that in real time. All right, never mind. Where you going? Oh, they don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear that. Where's this Never Never Land that you're going to tell us we're going to? Where we heading? Tell me where these pristine, unproblematic people are. I'd like to find out where they're at because I keep hearing folks saying things and I haven't found the place yet. Just a bunch of empty promises. I have no problem with a totally honest assessment, but it needs to be a totally honest one. It needs to be a totally honest one. I'm a firm believer in that. By the way, that took us kind of in a different direction there because on this program here, I try to be objective. I try to be objective about things because I don't want us to get sidetracked because getting sidetracked takes your eyes off the ball. None of these women out here right now are on their game.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let me just throw this out there and say it like it is. None of these women are on their game today. None. So no disrespect to Timmy, but baby, ain't none of y'all on point right now. Is one here and one way over there and one way out there somewhere and another one hiding on LinkedIn somewhere. No, it's not a crop of females who are on their game and the men are just tripping over wife material and tripping over mentally and emotionally stable females and tripping over females who are worth risking your life for and sacrificing everything you got for. It ain't like we just tripping over them everywhere no matter where you go. I can relate to these people and what they're talking about. Because I'm like, I'm not going to sit up here and lie and tell them, oh, things going great. That's dishonest. That's just dishonest. And none of these females out here today, we don't have a group of females who are on point and everything's fine and it's a green light. We don't have a society of green lights anywhere. We got some who are less throwed off and less messed up than others. Right now, the birth rate in Japan is plummeted. Nobody wants to talk about what the real reason is. The real reason is because the men aren't really enchanted with the women, because the women are claiming that nobody's good enough for them unless there's a white tourist who comes through. Well, there are not enough white tourists, so the birth rate over there is plummeted because there's not enough white men coming through. No black people required. You go to China, you're seeing the same thing. Now I can go down the board. In these places that you thought are pristine, and well, you can't blame any of us for contaminating the environment, so there it goes. And yet you have the same issue. Timmy's in the military. Do I got to talk about military chicks?
Oh, please.
You want to talk about not wife material? How many fellas in the military, right? She was telling me, you telling stories about women in the military. I'm like, okay. Doesn't matter who you trip across there. Doesn't matter where you go, brother. You juggling you're rolling the damn dice no matter who you choose. If you go in that environment and choose something, you're rolling the dice. You're taking your chances and rolling the dice. And so far, the results have not been flattering. Can we just keep it the $103? Let's just keep it the $1.50. Ain't nobody hitting out the damn park. I got to have a conversation about stepdaddy season because the females, no matter who they are, they're not having that conversation at all. They're not having the conversation about that with each other. The men are repulsed and disgusted by it. The females aren't having this conversation. The women need to be the one hosting these programs and having this conversation. And it's not enough to just post a YouTube video. Y'all need to be sitting up having the conversation and talking to each other. The only one who halfway does that is Kendra G. She's the only one who at least she'll take some calls about it. At least she'll take some calls in between her foolery. But the women need to be having this conversation. Okay, but let's just keep it real. Women don't check each other. I'm having a teacher moment right now for Timmy. Women don't check each other. Y'all don't check each other like that, baby. Black women don't check each other. There's not a conversation about what's wrong. There's not a conversation talking to each other about, okay, here's where we ain't tight. Right, these men are supposed to be over here and we're expecting them to do X, Y, Z for us. Okay, and what they doing it for? So they can take care of somebody else's 7th or 8th bastard kid by the 7th or 8th degenerate they came across? And we supposed to focus on somebody else? There's the issue right there. The reason why I don't go round and round with Barrister about Nigeria is because I don't have to put down Nigeria to boost what I'm doing. I'm like, hey, dude, I can disprove you without that right there by itself. I can disprove you about that but by itself. But if you really want bragging rights, you got to show where you're outproducing and outperforming. The men shouldn't have all those complaints. It should be a clean slate. It really, really should be. It really should be. And there shouldn't be a whole bunch of going around about it. I can talk trash to Barrister because I've outperformed him. We've outperformed him. I can run down the list of our resume. We can talk trash to him about that. You can't talk trash to folk you're not outperforming. You can't talk trash to folk if they're not making it very clear to you that, yeah, you hitting on all cylinders and everything's where it's supposed to be. That's a problem. That's a problem. Because that gets used as a way of telling the men that everything's all right. There's my issue that I have with that. But deflecting becomes a way of trying to tell the men that everything's all right over here. Everything's fine over here. Everything's all right over here. And that the damn swill that's being served up to you in a bowl, okay, fellas, gobble it up. Hey, it could be worse. You could be over there in the hog pen with Barrister and friends. Okay, but the fact that I'm not in the hog pen with him doesn't change the fact that you serving me up swill. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, they might be in a pig pen over there. I got that. They might be eating out of a garbage can over there. Okay, yeah, I hear you, but that doesn't change the fact that you've served up mop water to me and telling me, I brought you some piping hot mop water. That's not soup, that's mop water. With the idea that, okay, well, you could be over there in the trash can. Okay, but and meanwhile, you serving me mop water. So if I have an issue with that, and this is a teaching moment, I'm having this as a teaching moment. When you bring up other groups of folk and stuff like that, I hear you. Yeah, but I want to make this as a teaching moment. Yeah, but you can't serve, quote unquote, yo men mop water and then tell them everybody else in the garbage can. Everybody else eating out the sewers. Okay, what are you serving us? I mean, it's better than the sewer. Well, I mean, I suppose geographically, technically, yeah, you're right. Technically, geographically, yeah, you're right. Is that what I did all that work for? So I've done all that work. We put together all that effort. We put together all that effort to eat mop water. Do you know how much work men do silently? I want to have a moment here to educate all of you about this. Do you realize how much work men do silently? Whenever you meet a man, you are not meeting that man. You are meeting whatever was the last decade or 2 decades of his life and the effort that he put into that. That's what walked in front of you. A man can't just wake up one morning and decide he's going to have his life together, his money together, his mind together, his conversational skills together, his personality together. He can't just decide that today when he walks up and put it on like a jacket. If he hasn't invested the last decade or 2 of his life, thankless hours, no congratulations, no trophies, no pat on the back. He's alone and in solitude. He's had a bunch of trick ass hoes stab him in the back and mess him over and lie to him. And he's had to pick himself and dust himself off and keep marching and keep soldiering on. And he's getting no reward for it and whatnot. That's what you're seeing, the sum total of that experience walking up in front of you. And he's not being given any credit for all the sacrificing he had to do and everything he had to do without. He doesn't get no credit for that. He gets judged strictly on whatever walks up in front of you. Strictly that. He doesn't get to run down his resume, because the only resume people want to hear from you as a man is all the positives. They don't want to hear all the negatives you overcame, because there's a whole bunch of empty space. There's a whole bunch of empty space that you don't get to brag about. You don't get to brag about all the nights that nobody thanked you, nobody helped you, nobody encouraged you. You don't get to brag about that. You just get judged on the positives. Did you get the job done? Did you bring something with you? You don't get judged on all the obstacles you overcame to bring something. You only get judged on, okay, did you bring anything? Not on all the obstacles that were thrown in your way. Nobody counts that. As a man, that costs you. And so when the conversation gets shifted off of that, that's a problem. When people are telling you it's better to be an exploited male over here than to be exploited by somebody else, how about we get rid of all the damn exploitation? How about that? How about you, if you really want something to brag on, give us a place where our effort and our labor is actually properly rewarded. How about giving us a place where if we do put in that level of effort and that level of sacrifice, we get something that's actually equal to that? Do you think a single mom with 3 kids by 3 different niggas is worth a 7-figure man? What? Because that's what we're being told. We're being told, work your ass off so that you've got a couple of $1 million by the time you retire and you can take care of this wench and these bastard kids she brought with her. Here, overlook these tattoos on her. That's equivalent to the level of labor and effort that you put in. This is worth it. That's literally what we're being told today as men, is that whatever female roll up, you just need to roll with that. Well, if she's a black female, whatever she roll up with, we got to keep it real. Really? What I'm saying is I don't want folks to sit up here and take that as a get out of jail free card and we get a free pass to do whatever. Well, because that tells the men that they're obligated, no matter how low the level of reward is, they're obligated to keep doing that. And I'm just saying that's a wonderful ideal. I can't deal with a fantasy here. Let's take a look at the real world. Let's take a look at the real world. Is that what's really going on? If it is, we'll deal with it from there. But I got to deal with the real world. I got to deal with the real world where you put in years or decades of effort and you're getting insulted. And telling us it could be worse somewhere else or where somebody else is messing up at. As men, we don't get to do that. Let me go. Can I keep it 100? Can I keep it 100 tonight? You can hate me in the morning. Let me go ahead and keep it real. You can hate me in the morning. Hate me in the morning for it, but let me keep that real tonight. As men, we don't get to do that.
And deal with it, nigga.
Men don't get to tell the women, well, you know what? It could be worse with another group of men. We don't get to do that. Women don't operate that way. You might have one pick me, give some lip service in the comment section, but on that street, yeah, women don't do that on the street, man. When you meet females on the street, that's not the way they operate. That's not the response you're going to get at all. You don't get to point fingers at other people and say, oh, well, baby, it could be worse. It could be worse. Look at them other folk over there. Men don't get to do that. Hey, baby, I'm in between jobs and, them other folks over there, She ain't trying to hear that. There's not a single female in here who is trying to hear that. As soon as you start pointing fingers and talking about what other folk ain't doing, all she wants to know is, hey, and what did you do? Why are you in my face? You want to know, that's the thing that offends most men trying to approach women today. Women are very quick to hit you, make it very, very clear. She wants to know why you're in her face. So many men are upset today because they feel like women are offended that you even walked up and said anything. They're offended that you're even talking to her. So many men pick that up today that, wow, these women today are so damn standoffish and hostile. They're angry and hostile. She's literally hostile that I'm even talking to her. Yeah, she's hitting you with, why are you even in my face energy? Why are you even in my face? Is that supposed to be a plus? Is that supposed to be a plus? Is that supposed to be something that you can hang your hat on? Because, see, as a man, we're supposed to beat the competition. We don't get to point to the competition. We got to beat them. The women will shut you down quick if you start talking about somebody else. She just wants to hear what's on your resume. What did you bring? What's in your bag? Are you doing the most you can be doing? That's who your competition is. I'm not saying you're competing against yourself, but you are competing against your procrastination and against your low expectations. You're competing against that. And pointing out other folks' deficiencies doesn't change what you didn't do and what you haven't brought. Pointing out other people's deficiencies does not change what you didn't do and what you haven't brought. You want to know why the younger men today are not having sex today with a bunch of females like that? It's because they're unwilling to settle for the bottom of the damn barrel. Damn! You know what the problem is with stepdaddy season? The problem is with stepdaddy season is because stepdaddy has become our mutually accepted societal term for sucker. Yeah, I said it. Stepdaddy is just the mutually agreed upon female term for sucker. That's a badass deal. You can't put that on a balance sheet and make that work. Unless you're a man who brings nothing to the table. If you're a man who brought something to the table, this is a sucker move. This isn't a fair exchange. This is just a sucker move. And that's why stepdaddy season was dead before it even started. Men don't admire stupid guys. Guys who overpay are stupid. Men don't admire lonely men who marry down. If you're a man who put his life together and you making more than six figures, you marry down. You're married down, dude. You're married down. You came fully capable and you got somebody fighting with handicaps. You're married down, dude. I don't give a damn what you were desperate for. You're married down. Hey, bruh, do you, but don't tell the rest of us you winning. You're not winning. You brought way more value than her. What she's bringing isn't even value. It's a liability. Hey, bro, you married down. I don't give a damn how sexy you think she is. You getting somebody's used to be hot chick. You married down, bro. This price is too high. You married down. She's not equivalent to the value that you brought. That's what's wrong with stepdaddy season. The season was over before it even got started. The season was over before it even got started because folks didn't want to have an honest conversation. Brittany Renner should have had somebody had an honest conversation with her 20 years ago. I know she mixed chicks is crazy. You get the idea, but yeah, it could have saved her a whole bunch of mess. She got it into her head that because Drake was in her DMs over a decade ago, that this was a lifetime past. That's where Brittany Renner is today. Brittany Renner remembers that young female who was showing off her abs at the top of her game and had rappers and ball players in her DMs willing to lay the world at her feet. She still thinks that she's only one Instagram video away from being back there. Now that's the truth, and she ain't the only one. Amber Rose, even today, even at middle age, still thinks that she is yet one more viral video, one more viral post from landing another winner in life. She still thinks that's where she is today. She's looking at pictures of herself from a decade or two ago and remembering that young female with all her options laid in front of her, and the reality is not caught up to her. She hasn't accepted that's not where she is. You gonna have to look for a fella who doesn't know his value. And that's the truth. The truth is you're gonna have to look for a fool and a sucker who doesn't know his value. Or just some desperate sad sack who the only value he brings is to drop every dime he gets at a broad's feet. But you will never get another 7-figure. You're not going to get one of those. So go do like Stacey Dash. Go find you some lawyer somewhere, some washed up lawyer, some washed up pediatrician, some washed up school administrator. That's what you need to be doing. You need to go find that. A fella who has more disposable income than brains or dignity. And he's on his last damn leg. He's never been desired. He's kind of a weirdo, and he's weak. And get comfortable with that. Yeah, he's compromised and weak, and he's the best you can do. No, it shouldn't escape you that, by the way, on Amber's page, by the way, you keep seeing that. You keep seeing that, although I couldn't help but notice. Did y'all notice who's showing up here? Hey, Amira! Damn! Yeah, Amira Dime. Oh boy, talk about your wasted chances in life. No disrespect. Did you ever see a BBL that got less mileage? Boy, she squandered the high yellow and the BBL. She squandered both. She struck out with both. She was holding out for a billionaire. He never made the call. She was holding out for a billionaire. He never dialed her up. Never came through. Now she's hanging out with other females, big up in them. These chicks who are all riding all these light-skinned 5150 chicks ride together. So, okay, I see you. I see you. Yeah, I mean, these are chicks who've been out here in the game now 15, 20 years. Auntie, chill. Oh, yeah, y'all. These are the chicks who've been out here in the game now 15, 20 years later. Never got a superstar. Certainly couldn't hold one. Laid up under a bunch, never could hold one. It is what it is. So I want folks to be real about this. We're being asked to pay a price. Ain't no place safe nowhere, man. Get somebody else to lie to you. Ain't no place safe, man. Ain't no place safe. There's no repository on point females, man. It's The Walking Dead out here right now. It's The Walking Dead. Might have to give me a sound drop for that. It's The Walking Dead out here. But if you really want to be trolling the cemetery, go ahead and sign up for Stepdaddyhood. There's plenty of them out there. Do y'all realize that? I want y'all to understand something. If you're a man making $500,000 a year, go slide in Brittany's DMs. She'll holler. Slide in the DM. She'll holla. Angela Simmons is out there, bro. Do y'all realize that they're piling up year after year? It's piling up out here now, year after year. It's not like you got few of them to go sifting through. If you want one, bro, what you talking about? They a dime a damn dozen. Work your ass off. Get your life together. Make a high income. Get some high status. You'll be swimming in single moms. She won't appreciate it. She won't appreciate you. And even if she does, I'll be damned. You're going to work your ass off to get that. You're going to be working 3 times as hard as it would if you had a female who was just a clean slate. I'll be damned. So, okay, you took an easy win, but that easy win comes with a higher cost to it. Is it worth that? I guess to a fellow who's in a perpetual drought, he'll just take anything he can get. But I couldn't help but notice all these fellows who cash in their chips to do that, they all come back with horror stories. They come back with horror stories. They come back talking about how bad it was. They come back talking about how all they did was spend. They spent a bunch of money, and then they all come back and later they start telling the truth. By the way, she was disrespecting me. What? She was comparing me to other men. She was talking about how great her baby daddy was. She was talking about how great her ex-husband was. The kids was talking to me crazy. The fellas don't ever want to talk about the dark side of it and tell the whole truth. They never do. When you ask them, they just lie. They just lie. They'll just lie and tell you everything was fine. It's only after things fall apart that they finally break down and tell the damn truth. Papoose did not let on at all how bad things were until after Remy Ma ran him through the damn ringer for a decade. Now he's coming out and spilling the beans on everything. The same typical story that everybody else got. Same story. It's not different and it's not changing. And there's somebody willing to introduce that to you wherever you go. Wherever you go. So don't deceive yourself into thinking it's going to be a free ride and it's going to be a free lunch and it's going to be easy. It ain't going to be nothing easy about it. To the young fellas out there, it is better for you to be alone and build yourself than to go ahead and cash in and make some permanent attachment. I'm not telling you who to lay up with. I'm saying you can lay up with whoever. Run through all them broads. But don't make any permanent attachments. No children, no rings. If she came to you with kids, she is a concubine. Keep a concubine in a concubine's place, because a female with kids, she doesn't have sincerity. She's got needs. She needs something, and she's looking for somebody who can fill that need. She is coming to you to see what she can get, and she's looking for who can provide what she's looking to get. This is business. I need the fellas out there to understand this. To every male listening to the sound of my voice, this is business. If you meet a woman with children trying to get you into some permanent anything, brother, if she got kids, she's got business she's taking care of. She is here to make a business deal. She has no intention of walking away empty-handed. She came to make a deal. She came to get something. She came to make a transaction. She came to make a withdrawal. She's trying to figure out what she needs to do to be able to engineer this withdrawal from you. But make no mistake about it, that's the only reason she's here. The only reason she's looking in your damn direction, because when she had other options, by the way, you notice with stepdaddy season, all the fellas out there being stepdaddy couldn't help but notice when you take a look over that chick's sexual resume, ain't nobody like you in it before you showed up.
Nigga, what?
You ever notice that? Yeah, when she finally comes to you, you take a look at all the dudes who ran through her and all the dudes she was with before. By the way, wasn't none of them like you. They were all very different from you. And she's going to tell you that this is an honest broker. It's not no honest deal. Well, she's here to make a transaction. She's in business. All her other arrangements fell through. Now she is coming as a shrewd negotiator. She's looking for the best option she can find here. Let's go ahead and land this because we need to soften this blow and lighten this load. And right now we have entered an era in history where there will be more old ass simps, pension pimps, salary simps, desperate dudes who are just gonna get fleeced and juiced. That's it. You just gonna get wrung out. These chicks are ruthless with it. And they're learning the psychological nuances necessary to get you to drop your guard. To convince, they take a look and see what you're naive about, and then they go ahead and play on that. Next thing you know, she eases you into that. And then next thing you know, I'll be damned, you at the amusement park dropping $1,000 on kids that aren't even yours. And the first time one of them little sapsuckers talk crazy to you, or the first time that woman is not sufficiently grateful for you, that's when it dawns on you, I'll be damned, I got took. I'll be damned, I got took. One more thing, you ain't never met one of these scandalous stepmommy chicks. You ain't never met these chicks looking for a stepdaddy who didn't already have dudes in rotation. Damn! It kills me, the naivete. Y'all fellas be dealing with straight hoes and telling me that hoes don't have more than one man in their phone or talking to more than one dude. This is crazy to me. Grown men who think the hoes don't have more than one fella in their phone. He thinks he's the only one she's talking to. No, you just want to believe that because, this is the best you can get. You just want to believe that. Fellas telling me that they got a hoe. This chick got tattoos, bastard babies, strip club resume. I'm the only dude. Yeah, but Jason, I'm the only one she talking to. 4 kids by 4 different niggas. I'm the only one she talking to though, Jason. What about if her children are grown? Man, what about it?
And deal with it.
What about it? Okay, what about if her kids are grown? Okay, what about it? Single mom is not a biological disposition. Single mom is a state of mind. Single mom is a mindset. It takes a certain mentality to become that. So the presence of the children is really superfluous. The presence of the children is superfluous. You're dealing with a mindset. You're dealing with a mentality. And that's going to be there 24 hours a day. The problem is she is a burden. And if she can't burden you with children, she'll burden you with something else. Is it still all business? Hell yeah, because she's behind. She spent the last 20, 25 years falling behind. She didn't get nothing together for herself. She's got no retirement, no 401k, no disposable income, no savings, no credit score, no anything. So yeah, even without, if she got the children, she's losing time. If the kids are grown, she already lost that time. She's looking for somebody to catch her up. Come on, fellas, think this through. She's looking for somebody to catch her up. She done lost time. She's lost time. She's lost space. She lost ground for decades. She just like the fellas who waste their 20s and 30s and then they're just starting out at 40. When a chick go off and go have a bunch of bastard kids, but when they're grown, she's just starting. All of her money, all of her effort, all of her income has gone to the children. So she 40 or 50 years old, starting from zero. Unless she can find a sucker who's willing to sacrifice himself for her. Now she ain't starting from zero anymore because now she's a drain on his resources. So she gets to have a soft landing, yeah, but only if she can extract those resources from somebody else, because she ain't got it. No, fellas don't understand this. They haven't had men in their lives to tell them. They haven't had daddies to explain it to them. Most of these fathers out here today are completely summarily worthless and useless. They're more naive and more desperate than the sons are. I told y'all about that. The pinch and pimping. The old hoes out here are trying to compete with the 20-year-old females at the club, and the old niggas are trying to compete with the 25-year-old dudes by throwing their wallets around. So nobody gets to explain what the mindset really is and what's really happening. These older cats don't tell these younger fellas why they got them old hoes around them. So what I just said is breaking news to a bunch of them. It's like, okay, I don't understand. Why would they? Well, if the kids are grown, doesn't that change anything? Not really. No. She still wants the same thing. I don't see how that makes sense. Now it makes sense to them. Damn, that makes sense. I can still patch together holes. Yeah, brother, she got 20, 25 years of lost ground to make up for. She's got 20 or 25 years of lost ground to make up for. The fella called in early tonight from Brooklyn. He dealing with a chick 43 years old, still got minors in the house. That means that by the time they're grown, she gonna have 3 decades of lost ground to make up for.
Auntie, chill.
And she has no intention and no capability of making up that ground for herself. That means she's going to have to find some sucker to leech off of to make up for the last 3 decades of lost ground. Her bank account's on E, credit scores in the double digits. Them kids are still hitting her up for money. That's the other thing. Just because they're grown does not mean that they're not still financially burdensome. How do you think she raised them? You think she raised them to be smart, savvy operators who can take care of themselves? Hell no, they're still a burden. She's looking for somebody to help float that. And guess who's about to volunteer? She about to get you. A little bit here, a little bit there. Nigga, okay, she in your pockets full time now. Because the children that she had by the man that she really wanted, she wants to make sure they are all right. Any children she has with you, that's the cost of doing business. Those are the children by the men she really wanted. And your job is to make sure that they are good. Oh, you ain't gonna like this next part, fellas, because here's the problem, stepdaddy. Every time she looks at the children she had by the men she really wanted, she sees them.
And deal with it, nigga.
She sees the men that she really wanted. She sees the men that she really wanted to be with. She sees the men that she really wanted to have. See, that's the thing that you don't get. You just see a kid over there. She sees the men that she really wanted to be with. She sees them in their facial features, the way they talk. Yeah, that's what she sees. You're not even in the same house she's in, dude. Y'all are under the same roof, but you're not even in the same house, man. So as they get older, she is keeping her promise to that situation that she got into. She's keeping her promise to that situation. And it doesn't register to the men. Because if you've been in a drought and you got no sexual access, she knows your options are limited. She gives you sexual access. Now you're totally blinded to the fact, what's all this other mess you brought with you? Now we're easing you on in. Easing you on in. That's what they do with you. So you can sign up for it if you want to. There's not a man in here. There are zero, none. There isn't any man in here who looks at some guy who's a stepfather and says, I would love to trade places with him. I wish I had done it the way he did it. He got a good deal. There's not a single stepdaddy anywhere you all can say that about. There are no stepfathers who fellas get online and say, damn, I wish I could be like him. I wish I got the deal he got. That fella is out there floating on his own. That fella's out there floating on his own. He doesn't get to brag nothing. There's nothing about his life that he can brag about. He starts talking about taking care of the stepkids. He knows full well that no men want to be you. There are no fellas sitting around talking about, damn, we wish you could be you. The only place that floats is with that broad. That's why she knows you. Whenever she mess up, throw some more sex at him, because the only place that's a status symbol is with her. There's literally no other place on this planet where you can sit up and talk about that without being embarrassed. You say stepdaddy and everybody else like, oh, my condolences. You ain't got to like it, but it's just reality. You do not have to like it, but that is the reality. I'm going to see if I can get Timmy to work some witchcraft and see if she can get all these females' minds right. Damn! I'm going to see if I can get Timmy to work some witchcraft. She says it works. Okay, Timmy, I'm going to see if we can get this generation, these last couple of generations of wayward, awkward females straightened out. Since you say it works, we're going to see if we can put this spell together. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Alyssa Bay for handing out memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. To Leviathan, Pharaoh's Kingdom, Young Investor, Flex, Lil IL, Real Books, everybody else who's contributed to tonight's program. Thank you very much for your support. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. Narrowing some things down over there. So the link is in the description. You can join us. We do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You are welcome to be there or be nowhere. I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or the stepdaddy season will handle you.